there you go.
That's how I remember it. That was my
Much as plot and larger, so we have to go. It's so good. So we
everyone. Thank you. Thank you. This is the House Judiciary Committee, and we're holding hearings on several bills. I'm first going to ask everyone to rise, and I'm going to recognize Representative Devine to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a number of bills that we're going to be holding hearings on today. We had a full day of hearings yesterday in which we had a great number of witnesses testified with various views on the issues before us, many of which are similar or the same as the issues on bills today. It was although people had strong disagreements, it was a very respectful and informative exercise throughout the day. And although it was a long day, it was very informative. And I would ask, please, that we have the same manner of proceeding today. That is, we understand that people have different views, and we expect you to express them and express them vigorously, but we also expect that it will be conducted in a respectful manner. So with that, I'm going to first turn to House Bill 346 FN, and I'm going to recognize Representative Glenn Cordelli, the prime sponsor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable colleagues. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. Usually I would be here at another committee talking about the education of children, but today I take a step back to talk about the lives of children. This is a very simple bill, a very simple concept, that a baby born alive should have medical attention even if they are born alive as the result of a failed abortion. Does a woman's right to choose an abortion extend to a point beyond that of birth? What about a baby born alive as the result of a failed abortion? Once that child is born and is separated from the mother, is that child protected by the Constitution? In California, we have seen a law passed recently that provides that no person shall be subject to civil or criminal penalties for an alleged pregnancy outcome, including miscarriage, stillbirth, abortion, or perinatal death. Perinatal is defined by the National Center of Health Statistics as the period between 28 weeks of gestation and 7 days after birth, perinatal. The argument is that this doesn't happen in New Hampshire, but how do we know? We don't capture any statistics. The Abortion Survivors Network says that only 10 states keep track of abortion statistics. We saw in 1981 in a Philadelphia Inquirer article that the survival of a baby after abortion was referred to as a dreaded complication. In that article, it quoted a doctor who was then director of abortion surveillance for the CDC as estimating that between 400 to 500 abortion live births occurred each year in the United States. And according to the Family Research Council, we are one of 12 states with no protection for children born alive as the result of an abortion. I just want to take a moment. I don't know if you each have a copy of a highlighted version of the bill, but I just wanted to point out several key things in that highlighted version to you. On the first page, on line 13, we have the definition of born alive. On line 26, we define reproductive health care facility. In statute, that means a place other than within or on the grounds of a hospital where abortions are offered or performed. Then on line 28, we have a section related to the protection of children. And most importantly, on the second page, lines 8 through 12, this is where the criminal penalties are defined. There would be a penalty only if a healthcare provider withholds medical treatment and performs an overt act with the intention of causing or hastening the death of an unborn child. That is the only case, the only time where there would be penalties against the healthcare provider. We've heard stories in the past about healthcare providers being charged if there is a fatal anomaly with the baby, and the baby cannot be resuscitated or is going to die. And wouldn't it be more humane to let the baby remain with the mother for whatever time that baby has? Yes. And the doctor in that case is not withholding or causing or hastening the death of a child. So that argument does not hold with this bill that is before you. So I ask you that the question today for all of us is whether we value the lives of children born alive, whether they have constitutional protections. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Questions for Representative Cordelli? Yes, Representative Coutat.
No, thank you.
Not taking questions, all right? All right. Then next, I'll call upon Representative Katie Pedernal, please. And next after that will be Representative Janine Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee. For the record, I am Katie Pedernal, representing Carroll District 6, the towns of Tuftonboro and Wolfboro. I am here to testify as a co-sponsor on the Born Alive Infant Protection Act. Just to give you a little bit of background, I have a Bachelor of Science in Nursing, and this part doesn't make me an expert, but I did work as a nurse tech in a neonatal intensive care unit while I was a nursing student. I can still see those infants and their parents. As for my personal background, all of which is on public record because I have used it previously as testimony in this very hall. I was adopted as an infant. I released my own daughter for adoption when I was 21. My husband and I have 4 daughters and 2 grandchildren. I've been there for the birth of both of my grandchildren. 2 of my daughters are single mothers. I have spoken with many women about their painful abortion experiences. I also survived an emergency C-section in an extremely rare situation where the pregnancy itself put my life in severe danger. I survived, but my son did not, and I would have gladly traded places with him. I will not be taking questions about my personal history today, but I offer my experiences as a resource to the committee regarding any of the ethics surrounding that particular situation. Now, to get to this simple bill, let me start with an analogy. If a dog fell through the ice on one of our beautiful lakes, the rescue of that dog would make local, if not national, headlines. Everyone involved would be hailed as a hero. Now, I didn't research this, but I'm fairly certain that we don't have a law that requires EMS personnel to rescue a dog in the event that one falls through the ice. Most of us would agree it's the right thing to do. But we are here today to talk about whether a child accidentally born alive during a procedure performed with the express intent of killing that child, whether or not that child has a fundamental right to life. We are going to talk about why or how that child has a right to life after an attempt to kill it. Now, I've listened to all the testimony on the last version of this bill, House Bill 233 from 2021, so I familiarized myself with some of the arguments. This bill is not meant to interfere with the complex and painful decisions that parents must make when they have a child born with complications that might make it inhumane to attempt life-sustaining treatment. This bill does not intend to disallow parents to decide how their child should live out the extent of his natural life, however long or short that life might be. This law does not intend to imply that a woman must keep her child if it is born alive as a side effect of an attempted abortion. New Hampshire has a safe haven law allowing for the relinquishment of a child without a court order for up to 7 days of age. Adoption is also an option, and no, the woman never has to see the child ever again if she doesn't want to. This bill does not have the intention of prosecuting providers who make the challenging decision of deciding that it wouldn't be in the child's best interest to attempt life-sustaining procedures. This bill is only intended to allow an infant accidentally born alive, because of a failed attempt to kill it, to have the fundamental right to life. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm next going to call on Representative Janine Notter, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. This is my 13th year here. I made a promise to defend and stand up for innocent human life, and I feel sorry for them because I'm not the best speaker. Doing the best I can. In the words of Dr. Seuss, a person is a person, no matter how small. The Fetal Life Protection Act only covers children old enough to live on their own at or about 6 months if given the chance. Delivery is always a safer option for the mother and saves the child's life. We should focus on the child who is totally innocent, is intentionally killed, and has a life expectancy of some duration. The Fetal Life Protection Act agrees with all but 4 countries, and most countries ban abortions after 12 or 15 weeks. No other medical procedure causes the death of another human being. Have you heard of Kermit Gosnell? He ran that disgusting, horrible, filthy clinic that was not safe for women and definitely not safe for the babies that he killed. If a baby is born alive after an abortion, it is cruel and inhumane not to try and save that child. Gosnell may have severed the spines of hundreds of born alive babies with scissors. One employee testified that she witnessed Gosnell snip the necks of more than 30 babies and that he sometimes gave her just the feet of a fetus to place in formaldehyde. One employee testified that a baby still alive after being aborted screamed one night and that the baby's eyes and mouth were not yet completely formed, but that it was still alive. The baby was so big that Gosnell joked that this baby's going to walk me home. One of the babies was reportedly moving and breathing for 20 minutes before an employee cut the spinal cord. I'm just highlighting things so I don't keep you too long. I'm going to give you the names of 4 or 5 survivors of abortion. One of them I mentioned yesterday, Gianna Jensen, who I've met and interviewed. I used to be a freelance writer. I still do interviews. She survived a saline abortion. So what is that? It's a saline solution that has things in it that I can't pronounce. I can accept potassium chloride and saline, of course, which is injected into the mother's uterus and into the baby. The saline solution poisons the baby. I'm going to say her instead of him and her because of Gianna, burning her inside and out, burning off the outer layer of her skin. The baby suffers in these conditions for over an hour until she dies, and the mother must deliver her dead child after about 1 day. Gianna Jensen survived her mother's late-term abortion because somebody took pity on her and called an ambulance. Melissa Oden survived a saline abortion as well. She says, something's wrong when women's empowerment is based on ending another human being's life. Claire Cutwell survived an abortion that killed her twin brother. So her mother didn't know that she was pregnant with twins. They only aborted one of the babies, but the mother kept feeling, kicking, and she ended up having the baby, and the baby was adopted, raised in a loving family. And then the last one, Hosea Priestley, was born after an incomplete abortion, so he was born without his arm. Oh, and then there was one more, the same story. What was interesting was that they didn't hate their birth mothers. They were able to forgive them because they were given life, because all life is precious. And I'm going to leave these packets of information with you for further study for your exec session. And I have to get back to my committee, so I'm not going to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Notter. Representative Sellers, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. Representative Sellers, Grafton 18, and I mentioned it yesterday. I'll just do it once today. I represent Alexandria, Bristol, Bridgewater, Hebron, Groton, Dorchester, Orange, the town of Grafton, Canaan, and Enfield. I just want to point out a couple things. We're gonna hear a lot of testimony today, pros and cons, both ways, you know, and we all understand we don't want anybody trampling on our rights and what we're able to do and what we can't do, but here we are, you know, 2023, and we have to have some of these laws, and even including this one here. And let me just state up front, I support this law, I do. But this law, you know, it's a shame. It's an absolute shame that we absolutely need this. I can't believe, as a civilization, as a society, we have to put a law in place to protect a child, an infant, that for somehow came out of the womb and is now breathing. What are we doing? Why would we kill that child, that infant? We're killing off our heritage. I don't understand why we would absolutely do this. I really don't. And I mean, I really respect the people on both sides of the issue here. But this is, to me, it's ludicrous. I mean, it does not make sense at all. And I just want to point out here on first page, line 29, very bottom, says it shall be, you know, shall be treated in any other natural, it shall be treated as any, shall be treated as any other natural person under the laws. The infant's alive. Why wouldn't it be treated as any other person under the law? Again, it's a shame we have to have this. I can't believe this. I really can't. It's just unbelievable. It's beyond me. It's baffling. And I'm sure it's beyond some of you as well. The infant's alive. He or she is alive. And this last thing here is on page 2 here, line 4. Shall be entitled to no less protection or remedy under the state's criminal laws. Just like us, just like you and me. We should never, ever expect any different from an infant born alive. All right? Abortion or anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Danielle Pimentel, and the next person after that, I forgot to do that before, will be Christine Arsha. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Danielle Pimentel, and I serve as policy counsel at Americans United for Life, which is a nonprofit, national law and policy nonprofit organization that specializes in abortion, end-of-life issues, and bioethics law. And today I urge the committee to support HB 346 for 2 reasons. First, it is critical to increasing the survival rates and providing comfort care to born alive infant survivors. And 2, it is critical it is a critical supplement, to federal protections for born alive infants. To my first point, medical intervention is critical to increasing the survival rates and alleviating the suffering of born alive infant survivors. Advancements in medical technology have allowed medical professionals to save prematurely born children at younger gestational ages. We even heard yesterday testimony from someone that said that they knew a baby that was born at 19 weeks and is now a fully healthy young adult. Preborn children as young as 21 weeks gestation have been able to survive outside the womb, and reports from the CDC show that there are still as many as 10,000 abortions in the U.S. that occur at or after 21 weeks gestation. However, a periviable infant is a critically ill patient due to the developmental immaturity and needs critical medical care. So the bill protects these infants, all infants born alive, regardless of their gestational age at the time of birth. And medical pioneering teams are working and have been working for years to increase the survival rates for extremely premature babies. And previable infants born alive have the same human dignity that we all do and deserve comfort and care, which they would receive under this bill. Medical professionals can provide perinatal palliative care to these young patients, which focuses on maximizing the quality of life and comfort for the newborns with a variety of different conditions considered to be life-limiting. And while there isn't a standardized abortion reporting system in the U.S., the reports that are available still show it is not a myth that there are infants born alive following an abortion procedure. For example, one CDC report found that over a 12-year period, at least 143 babies survived the abortion procedure before ultimately passing away. But the CDC notes that it's possible that this number is actually underestimated. Another study found that of the 241 preborn children aborted for having a fetal anomaly between 20 and 24 weeks gestational age, 122 infants survived the procedure. Research organizations, or another research organization, the Charlotte Lozier Institute, has gathered information from the states, from voluntary state abortion reports. And it found that 35 infants were born alive in Arizona, in Florida, in Minnesota, and in Texas in 2020 and 2021. 8 babies were born alive in Florida in 2022. In this regard, infants are surviving attempted abortions, and they are in critical need of medical intervention to increase their chances of survival and to provide comfort care, which this bill would ensure. The last point I'll make very briefly is that HB 346 supplements the federal Born Alive Infant Protection Acts, providing necessary and common sense protections for born alive infants. As we all know, in 2002, the U.S. Congress passed the Born Alive Infant Protection Act, clarifying that federal law recognizes that infants born alive at any stage of development, or the law recognizes that these infants as persons. However, while the law acknowledges that all born alive infants are equal, have equal standing regardless of their circumstances of their birth, the law does not ensure that these infants will receive life-saving protection. And this bill, however, does that. And it's still necessary to require an affirmative action by a physician to ensure that an infant born alive after an abortion receives the same level of medical care as any other infant would. And HB 346 is more comprehensive than the federal protections and fills in the gaps by extending protections for all born alive infants. For these reasons, I strongly urge the committee to support this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions to this witness? Representative Horgan.
Thank you very much. So Americans United for Life is a well-known pro-life group, I'll call it. Is this a homegrown bill and you're just coming up to support the sponsors, or is this something that your organization had a role in drafting?
Yes, our organization focuses on policy throughout the states. And so I'm policy counsel and my focus is the Northeast. And so we support pro-life bills across the states and want to see life-affirming measures enacted.
Other questions?
Follow-up, you're probably the first person to ask this. How long after a person is born are they an infant? I mean, obviously even I could theoretically be called a born alive infant because I was born alive. But obviously, is there a time frame that at least you envision this bill applying to?
Well, I'm not a medical professional, so I don't know the actual definition of when a baby is considered an infant, but most of the time that is, I would assume, generally within the first year of their birth.
All right. Other questions? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony this morning. Understanding that a physician or medical personnel is attempting to provide the medical care for an infant born alive, to what extent must the care continue if there are attempts and it dies? Do they try to resuscitate it? If they're able to resuscitate it and it dies again, they resuscitate it again. How long are they required to continue to perform this life-saving or attempted life-saving care before then they can just say, okay, the baby now passes away?
Right. Well, if we look at the bill, and I'm going to turn to it so I can look at it with you. So the bill states, obviously, that any infant born alive shall be treated as any other natural person under the laws, and at the same time, any of the laws, including any of the laws on the state wish to punish or remedy harm to natural persons, including laws referring to another, etc. And so even though the law doesn't say specifically how far that would extend, I mean, the law is following what's already in place for other infants. And so with physicians, how this would probably apply is that they would do within their reasonable medical judgment to, give this baby care, medical treatment along the medical treatment standards. And if that baby dies and there's a chance of resuscitating, then they have their own reasonable medical judgment to do so. However, the law is not going to require them to continue to try to resuscitate a baby if that's not, something that they think would be able to actually resuscitate them.
Right. Further questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Christine
you.
Arshow, and then next will be Nancy Glynn.
Hello, my name is Dr. Christine Arsnow. I am a pediatrician and mother of 3 children, and I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and the New Hampshire chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I am here to oppose House Bill 346. I want to start out by saying, despite what we have heard so far, this bill is not about abortion. The people who this bill would affect are families faced with a tragedy that I think any parent, any expectant parent has considered and felt fortunate not to have to endure, which is experiencing the delivery of a baby with a fatal condition. For several years, I worked in a level 2 NICU and attended the delivery of numerous newborns anytime there was considered to be some sort of risk. At every delivery that I attended, the team and I followed protocols to support the newborn as it transitioned to life outside of the uterus. This is what doctors and nurses do in almost every circumstance. Rarely, as we've sort of heard some of the supporters mention, expectant parents will learn that their fetus has a medical condition that will not allow it to live independently. An example of this, which I believe was mentioned, is anencephaly, when the fetus brain does not develop. In these tragic cases, when the family learns of these diagnoses, they will meet with a palliative care team and their OBGYN and receive extensive counseling on their options. Some of these families choose to carry their pregnancy to term, deliver their baby, and spend some time with the infant to peacefully and privately grieve before the baby passes away. Now, we have heard some of the supporters of the bill say that this law doesn't apply to these families. The problem is the way it's written, it does. So I cannot imagine having to whisk these babies away to perform chest compressions, insert breathing tubes, and transfer them to an institution with a higher level of care. Because frankly, if the penalty were a felony, which is what this bill proposes, that would be what we had to do as providers unless we wanted to face prison time. These conversations and these cases are so nuanced, and having a law requiring that every single baby be resuscitated puts providers in an and families in an impossible position. If parents of a newborn desire their baby to be resuscitated, the medical team will never question that choice and will always uphold that choice. However, in the rare, tragic circumstances when parents make a decision to allow their baby to die peacefully in their arms rather than live a brief life marred by aggressive interventional procedures, we owe them that. I urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 346. Thank you.
Questions for this witness?
Yes.
Yes, Representative Khattab.
If this bill were to be amended to exclude some of these situations, such as, a baby being born, with a TBI and suffering, severe CP and is never going to have a potential quality of life or something of that nature, but it offered protections for, say, a failed abortion attempt at home of somebody that delivered a baby at 26 weeks, but potentially would be viable and be able to be given care. Would that be something that you would be able to support? Would you potentially be willing to work together to make sure that we're protecting the families that want to be able to hold their babies that have these fetal anomalies, but to still protect the life of babies that are viable?
I think it's interesting because we can hear that on that point, we're all on the same page, I think. That babies with fatal anomalies, parents should be allowed to peacefully grieve. That never happens unless there is an extensive discussion beforehand with a palliative care team and the family and multiple medical providers. If an EMT were to show up at a situation such as you described, our default is resuscitate. That's our default. And there are protocols, and we can do it in our sleep because that's our default. And it's just impossible to write legislation that considers every individual case. And that's why medical providers, ethical boards, why we exist, so that we can go over these problems and tackle them on an individual basis. So no, I don't think it's possible to create legislation that can address every single case.
Questions? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. It's my understanding in some of the earlier testimony that one of the big protections of this bill would be a failed abortion at 23 weeks. So our law allows abortion for any reason up to 24 weeks. So you have a failed abortion at 24 weeks. I'm assuming these abortions are going to take place. They can't take place I learned yesterday at Planned Parenthood. So you have a perfectly healthy child being aborted at 23 weeks, and that abortion is failed, and the baby is born alive. I believe this bill is to protect that. So is there anywhere in your practice that would allow you to hasten the death of a child of a failed abortion who was perfectly healthy?
No doctor would ever hasten the death of a child.
Okay, so we're talking about, so if there's a failed abortion,
I am not an abortion provider.
Right.
I believe that these questions are meant to distract from the people that the bill would actually harm.
I think it was made very clear that holding your baby when they have only a little time, but I think this bill, it's my understanding, is to protect the failed abortion of a 23-week that could survive. I know we do not allow euphemism in this state, is that correct? So I think this is to protect the child born. Do you not agree?
Reading this bill, I think of the families who it will affect. And that those are the families whose infant has a fatal fetal diagnosis. That is who it will truly affect. I do not see this as an abortion bill. I see this as a bill that will harm families who, as I said, are in a situation that any of us who had nightmares about, and we're so fortunate not to have to endure. So that's how I see this bill, is that it affects those families. I do not see this as being about abortion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? I guess I do have one. I mean, I understand what you're sort of positing the situation of a couple or a woman who doesn't really want to have an abortion, and there's some kind of a fatal fetal abnormality, and when the woman, you know, when the couple wants to be able to have time to comfort and sort of grieve, as opposed to trying, you know, perhaps hopelessly, maybe most of the time hopeless.
Yeah.
But I guess the thing I'm not sure you're addressing is, what about the situation of the woman who wants to have an abortion? She does not want this child, and at 23 weeks an abortion is attempted, and you know, for some reason that attempt fails, so the child is now born alive, and that person is not saying to the doctors, I want to grieve with this child, I want to, you know, what that person is saying is, I had a legal right to abortion at 23 weeks, and I asked you to do it, and you failed. I don't want this child now. What does the doctor do in that situation?
That is a very theoretical situation, and these are real cases that I'm familiar with. I am not an abortion provider. This bill has real harm, and I don't know that that would be a real benefit.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I'm going to call on Nancy Glynn, and the next witness after that will be Devin Chafee.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the House Judiciary Committee, for hearing my story. My name's Nancy Glynn, and I live in Sutton, New Hampshire. I oppose HB 346, and I hope that you will all take my personal experience into consideration. We go back 7 years ago, in June of 2015. I was in the hospital because of complications in my pregnancy, and I was being prepped for an emergency C-section. I am brought into the operating room with my husband by my side. Alongside us were 3 nurses, as well as a maternal fetal medicine doctor, 4 nurses from the NICU, 2 anesthesiologists, 1 OBGYN, a neonatologist from the NICU, and then there were 2 more people that were there as well that I wasn't exactly sure what their role was. If you add all of those people together, you get 14 people, not counting my husband and I. It was a crowded space, and it was an extremely serious situation. C-sections are quick, and within a half hour, my beautiful son Sawyer was born. The nurses and doctors immediately started to work on him. He was having trouble breathing, and they were checking all of his other vital signs. About an hour later, there was still a struggle to keep Sawyer intubated. He was so tiny. He only weighed 11.6 ounces when he was born. The nurses and doctors continued, and the neonatologist came to me and my husband and said, "We can't keep the tube in." I start screaming at the doctor, asking him, "What do we do now?" I had a son that was also born premature earlier, his older brother, Hunter, who's now 11. And I kind of had a general idea of them being able to do some of these medical procedures to be able to help support the baby. My emotions were at an all-time high, and the doctor froze and wasn't sure how to respond. My husband recognized what the doctor was trying to say, and he very calmly asked, "Give us our son. Keep him comfortable. Give us our son." The doctor and the other providers understood, and they respected our ask, and they brought Sawyer to us. It was the first time I got to see him. Sawyer was then placed on my chest with my husband's arms wrapped around him. He was so beautiful. We spent every last moment together as a family. We spent the time memorizing his face, telling him how much we loved him. If I close my eyes and if I listen really close, I can still hear those little sweet, sweet breaths, and the sound of them are still right there in my brain. I kissed him on the forehead, and then he was gone. Those minutes with him are the only memory I have of him, and I cannot begin to describe to you what those moments have done for my emotional and mental healing. Especially as a mom, I was also on Medicaid for my pregnancy, and I lost coverage before I could get any proper grief counseling. I am forever grateful that the medical providers listened to me and my husband and ensured that we had that time to spend with Sawyer and make that sweet memory that helps me get through every single day. A wise pastor once told me that the greatest pain one could ever experience is the loss of a child. That losing a child takes you to the deepest, darkest pits of hell, and you either come back stronger and more fierce than ever, or you stay in those deep, dark pits and allow it to consume you. I know that the memories that I was able to have with Sawyer ultimately have made me stronger and more fierce. Strong and fierce to care for Sawyer's older brother, Hunter, who also has a disability. Strong and fierce enough to be an active member of my community. Strong and fierce enough to share this story with you all today. A story that exposes my vulnerability and reopens the eternal wound of the missing piece of my family every single time I have to tell it. But I continue to do so in hopes that other families who experience this tremendous loss have the chance to hold their loved one as they pass. I share in hopes that the medical professionals who are trained to do no harm will not face charges because they recognize how important these last few moments are. I strongly urge you to oppose HB 346 and to see for what it truly is. To reference, I did walk in earlier and I did hear that the intent of this bill is to not take this right away from families like mine, that's the intent. But the way it is written, it will, and it will cause harm to families. I am one of many who has lost a child and will lose a child in the future. Every parent should have the opportunity to have those moments and make those memories with their baby so they too can be strong and fierce for their families, their communities, and themselves. I thank you very much as legislators for everything that you all do. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm so very sorry for your most difficult life experience and can appreciate the grief and the sorrow accompanying that. But it sounds like from your testimony, did I hear you say 14 in attendance of a number of medical people, doctors and nurses? It sounds like they were trying to do everything they possibly could to save the life of your son. Wouldn't that be different from someone who gave up and just ordered the baby terminated? You didn't do that. The doctors didn't do that. You all were trying to make the best out of a difficult situation. That's a lot different from what this bill is talking about, isn't it?
Unfortunately, Representative, the way it is written, is too vague. I have read the bill. I have looked at it. I also do work in organizing and policy change. I have looked at it. And the way that it's written, because of the way it's written and how vague it is, it does leave out the pain and suffering of families like mine. So I would say that I understand that you all are pointing to this as being an abortion bill, something that is related to that. But I can tell you that it is poorly written if that is what it is solely about.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'm going to call on Devin Chafee next, and the witness after that will be Michael Michaud.
Thank you, Chairman Lynn, and other honorable members of this committee. For the record, my name is Devin Chafee, and I am the Executive Director of the ACLU of New Hampshire. And I am here today to urge you to vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 364. I want to start by saying that I really greatly appreciate the opportunity to be before you today and to engage you on this issue, because I think it is just so important that the conversation that we are having here today be rooted in the reality, not hypotheticals, but in the reality of the impossible, difficult medical decisions that parents and families have to make in consultation with their medical providers. You have already heard some stories here today, and I know you will hear more about this reality. And I know that many of us have either personally experienced or we know someone who personally has experienced very difficult circumstances in pregnancy, such as extremely early labor or fatal fetal diagnosis, or even those who have experienced a high pregnancy, a high risk pregnancy like I had with my twins, where the threat of one of these horrible outcomes is very, very present in the minds of expecting parents. And I know that all of us have compassion for the parents and families who are in these situations and for the difficult situations that they are in and the decisions that they have to make with their doctors. No one wants to be in this position. And the bottom line is that regardless of the intent of this bill, HB 346 impacts such impossible decisions where an infant has only hours or days to live and a family must decide how to spend the little time they have left with their child. It could deny parents the ability to choose the type of compassionate care that works for their family and their faith in these situations. And it would allow them, as we would allow them to do at any other point, right, in a child's life. Anybody who has had to make the impossible decision to take a loved one off of life support understands the excruciating pain of these decisions, understands that these types of decisions are not one size fits all. And if a child were dying at the age of 1 or 5 or even 6 months, we would entirely trust the parents in consultation with their doctors to make the best decision regarding compassionate care for their child. But HB 346 adds restrictions on the doctor's ability to provide a standard of care according to the parents' wishes for newborns under the threat of a Class A felony. If this bill becomes law, doctors will be forced to administer futile and painful treatment to extend the life of an infant for just minutes or hours against the wishes of the parents. The bill explicitly requires doctors to apply medical care to, quote, preserve the life and health of the born alive infant, unquote. Now, we know that there are and will be cases where medical procedures could give an infant a few minutes or an extra hour or a day to live, but it would take the infant out of the arms of its families and cause more pain and grief. And I know you have heard today testimony that begs this question as to whether or not this bill is in fact necessary to prevent infanticide or to make sure that babies are not born alive and then somehow left to die. But the answer to that question is quite simply no. Of course not. Of course not. It is not necessary. Infanticide is already illegal under state and federal law. Harming anyone, including a newborn, is illegal. Quite frankly, to suggest otherwise is inflammatory and it is insulting to medical providers, some of whom are here today, and who are working so hard to provide quality care to their patients. No one is killing infants with impunity. It is not happening. Now, there was one example that was given here today by a previous individual who testified, talking about Kermit Gosnell, who ran a horrible criminal enterprise in Philadelphia. And we can all agree that it is correct that he is serving a life sentence in prison for murder, as he should be. No one's debating that. There are existing laws that prohibit infanticide and other types of murder, and the jury that punished him for his appalling crimes, we can all agree with them. I'm just going to end by simply saying that there is a reason why when this issue goes to voters, actually goes to the people, as it did in Montana last November, voters defeat these types of measures. HB 346 would harm families already struggling in tragic situations. And I want to just point out that the supporters of this provision, you cannot have it both ways. Either this bill goes further than existing laws and does actually have restrictions on doctors, providers, and parents, or it simply codifies existing prohibitions on infanticide, in which case it's unnecessary because those things are already prohibited under federal and state law and are already being enforced. And I'll just end by saying, we all know how hard end-of-life decisions are. Please do not make these private healthcare decisions that should be between a family and their provider even more difficult. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the members of this committee to vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 346. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Representative Stapleton.
Thank you for taking my question. That was a very moving argument that you make. Let's go back to the bill. On page 2, line 9, the healthcare provider is the one on the hook for this if there's a violation of law. But he must have the intention of causing or hastening the infant's death. Now, in some of the testimonies we've heard here, we see medical people striving to preserve the life of the child born, even if there are fetal anomalies and abnormalities. Isn't that a lot different than an intentional causing or hastening of an infant's death to terminate its life on a request, even? We do distinctly draw the difference. And this is not a case-by-case example or exception, but rather addressing the problem of a bad actor or a bad action to terminate the life of that child, whether it's a normal life or even if it's a fetally anomaly. We're talking about the intentional causing or hastening of that death. There's a distinct difference, is there not?
Thank you, Representative Stapleton, for that question. I guess where I'm getting confused is the killing of an infant, infanticide, murder is already illegal under New Hampshire and federal law. And I'm not at all clear as to what these circumstances are that are actually happening in reality where infants are being killed but somehow are not covered by existing law that prohibits infanticide. And so this is where I don't understand, and this is where I am concerned that we are talking about hypotheticals instead of really considering the reality of the individuals and the families in these difficult circumstances and how this law might impact them. I also want to say that by targeting physicians so clearly in this legislation, not just physicians, but really any hospital employee with a Class A felony for providing the care that they see as most fit, we're potentially setting up medical providers against one another and really encouraging them, if not requiring and forcing them, to provide treatment that could be futile. And I think we have heard extensive testimony already here today about the potential negative effects that could have on real families who are really experiencing these horrific circumstances in their lives.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. So next we have Michael, or, I'm not sure if it's Michael or Michelle. Michelle. Michael, okay, Michelle, and next after that will be Representative Matt Simons. Thank you.
Good morning, committee members. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Michael Michaud. I am a resident of Dover, and I am speaking in opposition to HB 346. HB 346 could restrict options for families like mine who are grieving the loss of their child, deny them the ability to choose compassionate care that's best for them. I want to share one man's story, give one man's perspective, because I don't see men speaking out enough about this. My wife and I divorced years after this happened, so I'll not speak for her views today, just about what happened to both of us just over 30 years ago now. My wife and I were very excited when we found out that she was pregnant. We had no reason to be concerned. So like most people in our situation, we started planning and preparing. She went for her checkups. We began preparing the baby's room, getting furniture, picking out names, etc. Later in the pregnancy, we started pushing her OB for an ultrasound, really just so we could find out the sex. The ultrasound was done around 30 weeks or so, and when we got home from the appointment, there was a phone message from her OB to call her right away. We found out that the baby had spina bifida, and her doctor had already set up an appointment for my wife. This was on Friday, and at that time, there was very little information online, so we spent the weekend at the local library researching spina bifida, which is a condition where the spinal column doesn't form properly, and as a result, nerves don't connect properly to the rest of the body. Still trying to wrap our head around this news, not life-threatening, but serious, we went to the ultrasound clinic on Monday. The doctor spoke to us afterwards and told us that she could confirm the spina bifida, but that was not really the big problem. She went on to describe a heart condition, tetralogy of Fallot, which was life-threatening. This started a parade of clinics and hospital visits where we learned much more. Baby had numerous challenges beyond the spina bifida and the heart condition: missing kidney, missing anus, missing connective tissue between halves of the brain, water on the brain, other conditions. Numerous systems had problems, most of which would require surgery soon after birth, many surgeries. Our best case scenario became 4 or 5 surgeries in the first few weeks of life, followed by many additional high-risk surgeries. The odds were very, very bad, but not zero. While the baby was in utero, we could not get a clear enough picture to know whether or not his conditions were definitely fatal. Each individual condition had decent odds, but the collection of conditions made the prognosis very complicated. We were thankfully at a state-of-the-art hospital dealing with the best doctors in the world on these types of things, but we just couldn't know given the state of technology at the time. Connor was born 2 months later. Once he was delivered, the doctors were better able to assess his condition, and we found out that there was no treatment and he would die very soon. At first, we could not hold him because his spinal sac was exposed, and any interaction ran the risk of infecting his spinal fluid. But when we learned that his conditions were terminal, the doctors transitioned to comfort care. That was the best thing we could do for him. No one else can tell me what was better than that. The alternative would have been a series of surgeries to keep him alive a little longer while never being held by his parents. Might have survived the first surgery, died in the second, survived the second, died in the third. We don't know. But he was going to die. And so they chose not to put him through that. This would have been cruel. He didn't deserve cruelty. Connor survived for 3 days. He was in unbearable pain the entire time, likely from the time his nervous system first formed in utero. The doctors had him on morphine from birth, adult doses by the time he died. What gives another person the right to tell my wife or I the right thing to do in this situation? No state law can tell a grieving couple that they can't hold their child until he passes because every intervention must be tried, even if doctors know it'll be futile. People like myself, my wife, the doctors and nurses we worked with, we're all trying to do what is right in an unthinkable situation. This bill is not about abortion. It is about families like mine who are in heartbreaking, complex situations. When we talk about fatal fetal anomalies, you can't classify these things. Connor had a set of problems. Any one of them individually might have been treatable. Together, they weren't. And so you can't legislate that I can understand. Families who planned on bringing home their baby and in the blink of an eye face the worst possible situation. That's what we lived with. Any woman or couple going through these situations deserve support and empathy. The choices that were made were our choices should not be made or judged by a government who thinks they know what's right. When you deliberate this bill, I hope you remember my story and Connor's story and do what's right for people like myself and New Hampshire families. If this bill had been passed before Connor had been born, we would have had to go through these surgeries and have him die on an operating table, and he would not have been held by his parents. That's cruel. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Representative Stapleton.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm so very sorry for the difficult experiences you and your wife and your family have had. It's hard to listen to these things. You've related it so very well. It is emotional. It impacts us. What I did notice in your written submission, the words, "the doctor's transition to comfort care." Fortunately, the medical profession has done extremely well in providing palliative care in these situations, as well as for older and elderly people facing their final hours. It sounds as though they did everything they could within a reasonable way, but then let the inevitable of nature take over and enabled you to have moments with your child. The medical people who aided you and performed were not near any type of a crime or a wrongdoing. They were doing the best they could for you. And again, I have to draw you to that line 9 of page 2. The provider did not intentionally cause or hasten. The abnormality brought life to its end, unfortunately, but the doctors didn't hasten that. They didn't intentionally terminate, nor did you give any order to do so. This bill is a far removal from the sad circumstances that you endured. And I'm sorry for your loss in that case. Thank you for your testimony.
So not providing surgeries to him hastened his death. He died after 3 days. And he might have lived through the first surgery to close the spinal column. He probably wouldn't have lived through the second. Odds kept going down. So he would have died on the table, but he would have lived longer than 3 days. So by not performing surgery, they did hasten his death.
But they didn't intentionally hasten or terminate. The choice was yours to make. But there's a difference, and that's what the law is focused on, the difference.
I can't speak to that.
Not the emotional trauma and the unfortunate circumstances that this occurred.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Matt Simon, and after that, Representative Catherine Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Matt Simon. I represent Grafton District 1, Littleton, Lisbon, Lyman, Sugar Hill, Bath, and Monroe. I'm here today in support of the bill as a co-sponsor of the bill. I do have to get to a committee, so I appreciate you moving me up in the timetable here. After listening to some of the testimony, I just wanted to point out a few points on this particular bill for the committee's consideration. The substance of the bill indicates that children who are infants who have survived to the point of birth are to be treated no differently than anybody else at any other age. A few years back, my mother was diagnosed with cancer. It was speedy. Within course of a few weeks, it had taken over her intestines, and we lost her very rapidly. During the course of that, the doctors met with us, and they said, here's what we can do. What do you want to do? And we had conversations about that. And eventually the doctor came back and said, listen, there's just nothing else we can do. We've done everything that we've tried to do, and there's nothing more that we can do other than keep her comfortable. And so that was the decision that we decided to make, even though they were not going to continue to try medical procedures to save her life. That was in no way indicated that the doctors were somehow hastening her death in that circumstance. My point being that the bill is meant to mirror in this age what happens in the medical profession at every age, and at every age there is leeway for the medical profession to make these difficult decisions. It is not a one-size-fits-all even there. Sometimes they have to make the difficult decision to not pursue further medical care. So I just want the committee to take that into consideration. And to point out what Representative Stapleton has been pointing out regularly, at what other point in our lives would a medical professional be allowed to intentionally withhold medical care or intentionally hasten the death of any of us? When does that exist at any other point in development? And to just address one of the concerns that was spoken before, well, first off, let me just say, we've had some doctors, and I'm hoping that doctors, if this is the case, can testify to this later for you, but indicating that no medical professional would ever do anything like this. And I would just submit to the committee that no medical professional is qualified to speak to what every other medical professional would or would not do. That's not something that's within their purview to make as a claim. So I would encourage the committee to keep that, take that into consideration as well. But having said that, once again, I'm happy to take any questions that anybody might have on the bill itself.
Representative Kuto.
There's a few things that I've heard said but don't match what's in the bill, and I'm wondering if you're willing to work together to amend the bill. For example, it was just asked, well, by the representative over here, this doesn't, you gave permission for that. This wasn't the doctor's choice, but the bill does actually explicitly say that a directive or other instruction to withhold treatment from a born alive infant shall not be a defense.
Agreed, yes.
So that's what I'm hearing is part of the big concern here is that should an infant be born alive but has a fatal fetal anomaly or had a traumatic birth and has another anomaly that is therefore incompatible with any sort of quality of life, would you be willing to provide exceptions for that?
So 2 points, if I may, and thank you for the question, Representative. I would answer on the whole, if it is a problem, yes, I believe that the co-sponsors and sponsor are willing to have a conversation of what that would look like to address that particular problem. I would also just urge the committee members to study and determine whether or not those circumstances would be treated any differently at any other stage in life. I recognize that a very particular point in our lifespan is being addressed in this bill, but there are also other times within our lives when we could run into a very similar situation. And what does the medical fields do in that particular situation? Do they have any leeway to make, medical decisions? My argument would be, yes, they do have the ability to do that. So they would still have the ability to do that here. At least as long as I'm reading this bill correctly, that is the intent. But however, if you decide that it isn't going to actually work that way, we're certainly willing to have a conversation. It is not our intent to take a child from the parent's arms right after birth and not give them that time because they have to be rushed off to do a treatment that isn't going to do them any material good. That's not the intent.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Devine.
Thank you for taking my question. I've heard a lot of talk about, physicians do no harm. They take an oath for that. There's a presumption going on that is suggesting that doctors are automatically in a case of abortion, just a child that survives an abortion, that they're lying on a table and that a physician is then now somehow terminating the death from that point. Are there statistics in New Hampshire? I heard other testimony that there were statistics in other states, but in New Hampshire, is that happening on a regular basis, or is that just something that's hypothetical?
We keep no statistics on abortion in the state of New Hampshire whatsoever. I believe that, once again, we wouldn't be coming with this particular bill if there was not concern that, and particularly in abortion situations, this kind of situation does arise and does happen. We wouldn't be worried about it if we didn't have testimony from people that said that they've observed this, witnessed this, gone through this, and so that's the purpose for bringing the bill. But as far as statistics are concerned, we don't keep any statistics. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, just briefly, I might get myself in trouble for this one, but if it's not an abortion bill, everybody, I've gone to a lot of these, everybody who cares about abortion on both sides is in the room. So just another point, but
Thank you. Representative Catherine Prudhomme O'Brien, please. And the next witness will be Elizabeth Eaton.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. These microphones are tricky. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. I'm just going to address the elephant in the room, and that's why I came here today. An infant born alive who grows up and becomes an adult after they have survived abortion is very inconvenient to the abortion narrative about what abortion really is. I'm thinking of someone like Paula LePage from Milton, New Hampshire. She survived abortion. She has a scar across her face and she has a limp. And if, as an adult, you ask her, why do you have that large scar? Why do you have that limp? And she was to tell you, I survived abortion. My mother had an abortion procedure and it didn't work. That was in the late 50s that she had that in Maine. And she was born, and she was very much wanted. It was poverty that caused her mother to seek the abortion. She thought she had no choice. After Paula was born, she was very happy about that. She was very happy. Since then, abortion procedures have become far more lethal and effective. So we don't have to deal with the inconvenience of people walking around with missing limbs after surviving abortion. If we did, we would see abortion for what it really is. I was diagnosed with a very rare genetic issue when I was pregnant with my last child. It affects people of French-Canadian descent. It's similar to Tay-Sachs. There's no chance that the child will survive after about 3 years of age with that disease if the situation was that my husband also had it and the child was born with it. Well, that didn't happen, thankfully. But if it had, there's no chance the child would survive. That's a situation incompatible with life. But after the child is born, if that child was diagnosed with it at that point, would they say to me, your child, your infant here that you're holding has this disease and will not live past the age of 3. There's absolutely no chance. It's never happened before in the history of the world. Would you like to kill that child, have a post-birth abortion or something like that? Do you think that would be humane? What kind of society would that be? Is that the one we want to live in? You know, everyone knows what I'm saying is true. Everyone knows that it would be very inconvenient for this narrative to have people walking around missing arms and legs because they survived abortion, or with skin burns if they still use that kind of procedure. Are there any questions? That's all I really had to say.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Eaton, and after Ms. Eaton will be Danielle Albus tries, I think. And I apologize if I'm pronouncing that incorrect. Ms. Eaton.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Lynn and honorable committee members. My name is Elizabeth Eaton. I work at the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification as an attorney board counsel for the various boards and councils. I'm here representing the Midwifery Council, which is made up of New Hampshire certified midwives, one OBGYN, and one pediatrician. They prepared some testimony based on lengthy discussion when they considered this bill. And I'm here to read the testimony. I can take some questions based on the discussion that I witnessed. The New Hampshire Midwifery Council opposes this bill. There are circumstances in which a pre-viable fetus or paraviable fetus is born with a heartbeat, but for whom resuscitation efforts would be futile. The proposed legislation criminalizes the clinical judgment and care of licensed healthcare providers who appropriately pivot from futile, heroic resuscitation efforts to providing condolence and palliative care to traumatized parents and tiny babies. The council is concerned with who decides the intention of the healthcare provider in that circumstance. That closes their testimony.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Smith.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you have written copies of that for the committee?
I do not have it right now, but I could provide some.
Thank you very much.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Danielle Albus tries, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and the next witness will, after that, will be Omar Ahern, please.
Thank you, honorable members of the committee. I have the words I'd like to say that I'll read, but then just sitting here listening to all the discussion, if I can just indulge me with a comment or two after my written words, thank you. My name is Dr. Danielle Albus. I'm here to oppose HB 346. I'm an OBGYN and have the privilege to help women and their families navigate low and high-risk pregnancies. Like all dedicated healthcare providers, I take seriously my oath to take all medically appropriate and reasonable actions to preserve the life and health of a newborn. To be clear, infants born are already protected under New Hampshire's criminal statutes. Any infant born, no matter the circumstance, currently receives what is within the standard of care for the situation. I'm here to describe how detrimental HB 346 is to families who are already struggling with coming to terms that their baby will not survive on its own. Most of my work involves normal pregnancies and joyous births. Unfortunately, as we have heard, there are pregnancies that are identified through the course of prenatal care to be incompatible with life outside the uterus. And when I say incompatible with life outside the uterus, I mean a fatal fetal anomaly, like when the fetus has not developed a brain or if very early labor occurs. When a fatal fetal diagnosis is made, we offer information, compassion, and choice. Many women and their families choose to continue the pregnancy knowing that the fetus may die inside the uterus. Some will choose induction of labor or wait for spontaneous labor. These babies will die after birth. The goal for these women and families is to have the opportunity to meet their baby, hold their baby, and continue the grieving process. For these babies, as well as other babies born too early with no chance of survival, there are long discussions with the hospice team to formulate a plan for comfort care after the birth. Women and families want whatever time they have with their baby to be peaceful. This is what these grieving families deserve. The choice that these families make, as we've heard, is devastating. But they're personal decisions, and it's the job of the team of trusted healthcare professionals to explain all the facts. We cannot make this decision for them. What is so problematic about this bill is that it removes this difficult decision-making out of the hands of the family, and it will force neonatologists or pediatricians to take these babies who have no chance of survival and subject them to invasive procedures like breathing tubes, IV access through the umbilical cord, and required separation from the family. Based on HB 346, if a provider does not force these procedures on a baby that has no chance of survival, they're at risk of being charged with a Class A felony. Please allow New Hampshire families to make these end-of-life neonatal decisions in consultation with their medical teams based on evidence-based medicine without the intrusion
of the New Hampshire government to dictate how they spend their final moments together. Please trust women and families and their doctors to make these incredibly difficult decisions together and vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 346. Just 2 points I'd specifically like to make, I think, as the physician having the lens to read this bill. One is that I've heard a lot about the intent of the bill. There's intent and there's reality. As I sit and look at this bill, it is vague and it is problematic, and it will harm the families that you have heard from today about these comfort care decisions. We've referenced as far as under the criminal penalties, as I read directly from the bill, any healthcare provider who withholds medical treatment from a born alive infant with the intention of causing or hastening the infant's death. As I read this as a physician, not giving these invasive procedures is hastening the death. So it's just vague and it's not straightforward as far as a physician or, again, any healthcare provider, which encompasses a lot of providers, not doing these invasive procedures is hastening the death. We will feel like we have to take that baby from these families who want this time. Or there's a Class A felony. These are really grave consequences to providers who are all really just trying to do the best thing for our patients and families. So I just wanted to make sure that as a physician lens reading this, that I tried to make that clear, that by not doing those things, we do feel like we would be hastening the death. Thank you for your time.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you for your testimony. As a healthcare professional, how do we protect, how do you see we protect the 22-week, the 23-week child that has been aborted alive? How do we protect them? The healthy, 22, 23, 18-week, they survive at 18 weeks now, of a failed abortion. How do we protect them? And you could say that no doctor would not try to, but it's the same as saying an intent and a reality.
But what I'd like to circle back to is this bill. And this bill, the way it's written, will not be straightforward to implement. And so, again, we are here to really talk about, or I would like to just keep focusing back on this bill as far as the vagueness of the language and the harm that it could bring to New Hampshire families.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Pratap. There you go. There you go.
Do you think that if the bill were to be amended to say, to give an exception for in the case of, in the reasonable medical judgment of a physician that the baby was born with a fatal fetal anomaly or an anomaly significantly impacting the quality of life, that this would allow mothers the opportunity to hold their babies, as in the cases that we're talking about that are having to make painful decisions, but would still protect a baby that was born alive and was healthy as a result of a failed abortion?
I think there's no language that we could come up with from both sides of the aisle that could touch upon these very complicated personal decisions. And ultimately, I'll go back to the fact that any infant born currently receives what is within the standard of care for that situation. To let physicians, providers of obstetric, newborn care, any care, just have that trusted relationship. So I don't think there's any language that would be able to cover all the nuances of all these complex situations.
Other questions for this witness? So I guess, well, I'm sorry, Representative Chur.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Doc, for your testimony. Are you aware of any provisions? I know I'm not going to ask you about the legal aspects, but from a medical standpoint, from your Hippocratic oath, standards of care, et cetera, that provide a different course of action for an aborted fetus versus any other fetus that you, or not fetus, but infant, that would cause you to act differently as a clinician in terms of the course of care that you would render?
Again, that's a very complex decision, and so much depends on what the clinical care is that's happening, what information we know about that mom, that fetus, that gestational age. These are just questions that are really almost impossible to answer, but ultimately we'll go back to, as physicians and healthcare providers, we're going to do everything we can to save a newborn that is, we believe, can survive.
Representative Coco.
What if it was amended to say within the standard of care? Because that is the standard that you guys use.
Again, I think this bill, or I just don't think there's any addendum to the bill that would be able to cover all the things that ultimately are hard to protect our families and newborns.
So other questions? So I guess I wonder if I could ask this question. You talked about the standard of care a number of times. And so what I'm kind of wondering is this. Suppose you have the situation of a woman who comes in and to have an abortion at, let's say, 18 or 20 weeks or whatever. The woman wants the abortion. And I want to make it clear, I'm not trying to cast any, let's assume the woman has a very good reason, there's some reason for having the abortion that we would all say is a good reason. So she comes in, let's say the baby's 20 weeks, wants to have the abortion. The medical people attempt to perform the abortion, and for whatever reason, the abortion fails, and now the child has been delivered and will survive. But the woman still says, you know, I wanted to have this abortion, and I still want the abortion. But the doctor knows that the child can survive. What is the doctor's obligation under the standard of care?
These are very hypothetical situations. So having not been in those situations, I just can't speak to those. There is no standard of care for that one situation. So these are hypothetical situations that I don't think I can answer.
All right. And the only other question I have is, as you read the language of the bill, you read part of it. You said the part about the doctor who withholds medical treatment from a born alive infant with the intention of causing or hastening the death. But you didn't read the last part, which says, and who materially causes or hastens to death. And presumably the word materially has to have some meaning. So that would presumably mean it has to be something more than just a few minutes or a day or something like that. Wouldn't you say?
I don't know what that word means, material. As a physician, again, with the lens reading this bill, how I read that whole sentence is that if I don't, or myself, I'm not a neonatologist or pediatrician, but the providers there who are responsible for the care of that newborn, if that invasive care, whatever you define as the invasive care, isn't provided, then that provider is hastening or causing the death of the newborn.
Right. Other questions for this witness? Sorry, Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I am still struggling with translating our legal words to the medical profession. I struggled with it yesterday, and I'm struggling with it today. But I am wondering, and sometimes I don't trust lawyers, the words, that the way they can use situations for their training, right, in their context of their training. And I'm wondering, I shouldn't say I don't trust them, but I can see that their training may lead to a situation that is kind of counter to your training. So I'm wondering if somewhere in, now that you know, if this was to become, if somewhere in your knowledge of these words, about what they mean to you as a practicing physician, whether you're materially causing an omission that materially causes or hastens the death. Does that interfere with the standard of care in some way in the back of your mind? Perhaps would it interfere as you're sort of thinking about this and trying to deliver medical treatment under a standard of care? Does it almost undermine it in a way?
Yes. If this bill were to pass, then there would be very impossible for us to not feel that we had to, ultimately, yes, it would undermine our care and that trusted relationship and for what we would want to do for our families.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Next is Omer Ahern, and after that will be Brian Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't do well with technology. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Omer Ahern Jr. of Wentworth, Grafton County, New Hampshire. I am a father of 4, and I was present at each one of the births of my 4 children. I am a grandfather of 8. I am a Roman Catholic. I am also an attorney of 44 plus years, with a major part of my practice over those years being a family law attorney. I urge you, members of the committee, to support House Bill 346-FN as a reasonable, common sense legislation required in this day and age. I'm here this morning to urge you to save the lives of individual and innocent living human beings that, among other things, this legislation intends to accomplish, because there are people, even evidently medical personnel, who believe that some children born alive are not necessarily entitled to be cared for. We have to try always to save and protect lives. Please do the right thing, the reasonable and common sense thing in this day and age, and please support House Bill 346-FN to protect the lives of these special living children, as all other living children are to be cared for. Life matters. Life is sacred. Thank you very much.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Brian Lewis, and after that will be the Reverend S.T. Holland, or S.H. Holland. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to, I see the time, and I see we have a lot of other witnesses. In fairness to everyone, I'm going to ask everyone to please limit your time to 3 minutes, if you would, please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Brian Lewis from Alexandria. I'm reading written testimony by Melissa Oden, also from Grafton 18, in support of House Bill 346. She writes, on behalf of the Abortion Survivors Network, abbreviated ASM, the more than 640 abortion survivors who have connected with us and tens of thousands of abortion survivors we know exist, we applaud Representative Glenn Cordelli, Representative Katie Pedernal, and their colleagues, and proudly support House Bill 346, the New Hampshire Born Alive Infant Protection Act. This well-formed legislation has earned our full support as it contains the vital elements of a strong Born Alive bill. Under this legislation, born alive infants would be guaranteed the same health care and medical protection as any other infant. This requirement would be enforced with the inclusion of legal penalties specified in the bill. Additionally, a clear and accurate definition of born alive infant is provided. Ultimately, this legislation aligns with the common sense of Granite Staters and Americans across the country. We know the meaning of a born alive infant. It means the potential for a long and wonderful life, but only if these infants are protected. As the only organization in the world supporting abortion survivors and their families, we have come into contact with hundreds of individuals born during or following a failed abortion. While records of abortion survivors in the United States are either missing or woefully incomplete, ASN has been able to estimate, by extrapolating from Canadian rates, the actual number and frequency of abortion survivors and born alive abortions in the United States. Our research indicates that 0.21% of abortions result in a live birth. This means that for every 1,000 abortions, approximately 2 infants survive. Based on the large number of abortions performed nationwide, an average of 1,734 failed abortions result in a live birth every year. This occurrence is not as rare as many try to claim. Each survivor is a testimony not only of the occurrence of failed abortions, but of the value of every born alive infant. The New Hampshire Born Alive Infant Protection Act will save countless lives, lives like mine. In 1977, my birth mother had a saline infusion abortion forced upon her by my grandmother. This procedure involved injecting a toxic salt solution into the amniotic fluid meant to protect my body, to scald and poison me to death. Despite all expectations, I was born alive. Even after being miraculously born alive, I was left to die outside the womb. However, I was rescued by a nurse who disobeyed orders to lay me aside and rushed me to the NICU. My medical records note that an abortion was performed but failed. At ASN, stories like mine are not so rare. Many abortion survivors have been left uncared for even after their initial survival. Whether an infant receives life-saving care should not depend on who is working that day. ASN is committed to serving and protecting the survivors of abortion at any age. Let us work together to ensure that infants are protected in a common-sense way. As the first and most fundamental right, life should never be denied, no matter how young an individual is or how unique the circumstances of their birth. Survivors deserve the same care and treatment as everyone else. We are proud to support this legislation with Representative Glenn Cordelli and Representative Kate Pedernal and their colleagues.
Thank you. Questions for this witness?
I'm not in a position to field questions, sir. This is not my testimony. This is written by
All right, witness does not desire to take questions. All right, thank you very much. Do you have written copies of the testimony that you want to hand in? So you can, why don't you leave, why don't you just come up and leave that with us and we'll take care of the copies. All right. Next, I'm going to call on Ian Hewitt, please. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. You are Reverend Holland, is that correct? I'm sorry. Yes, please go ahead. And Ian Hewitt will be next. I'm sorry.
Good morning. Honorable members of the House Judiciary Committee, my name is Reverend Sam Holland. I live in Center Harbor in the middle of the state. I serve as the pastor and teacher of Plymouth Congregational United Church of Christ, and also chair the Justice and Witness Ministry of the United Church of Christ in the state. As a formative part of my training for becoming a pastor, I volunteered at a trauma level 1 hospital as a chaplain. I ask you to vote in opposition of House Bill 346. As a citizen, I'm troubled that there is a bill before you that could criminalize doctors, as we are a country and state in need of doctors. In ministry, often in hospital settings, I've accompanied people in moments of deep celebration as well as moments of deep grief, hard and painful moments. I've seen many people in their last moments, and those moments do not just belong to the individuals, they belong to the families. Of course, I always try my best to care for people who are experiencing emotional, spiritual, and mental pain. Sometimes I can only sit and be with people who are struggling. Guardians never want to cause their children pain. Unfortunately, sometimes parents need to make decisions alongside care providers. Parents need to be able to count on care providers to give them the best medical advice. House Bill 346 is not necessary and could have devastating consequences on families who are grieving the loss of a newborn due to an early labor because of a fatal fetal diagnosis. These are situations that are impossible to change the outcome of. Healthcare providers face steep consequences if they are withholding care, even if they are providing compassionate care, hospice care. In this situation, the parent should be able to decide how the infant's moments will be spent. Care providers should be able to offer compassion to the family. That's what they signed up for. This bill could take away the parent's right to decide how they would spend the last moments with their newborn. Religiously, faithfully, spiritually, this would mean taking away important sacrament and ritual. It would not be right to deny families the opportunity to baptize their child, a child who would be actively dying. It would be an infringement on their religious beliefs. This bill will deny comfort to those who will already be traumatized. I hope that you will reject this dangerous and unsympathetic bill and vote in expedient to legislate on House Bill 346. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next is Ian Hewitt, please. And after that, the next witness will be Chris Rouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, can you hear me okay? Thank you. Ian Hewitt, General Counsel at Cornerstone. We are not taking a position on this bill this year, but I wanted to make myself available to answer any legal questions about it. The text of Representative Cordelli's bill originated as a committee amendment brought by Senator Regina Birdsell in the Senate Judiciary Committee in the last session to the last session's Born Alive bill. The text of that amendment was developed in consultation with law professors who are subject matter experts in this area and volunteered their time to redraft the previous Born Alive bill. And it was redrafted specifically to avoid the main criticism that was heard against this bill in the House in the last session, which concerns stories like the story of baby Sawyer, who you heard today, where people were concerned that the bill at that time would require fetal treatment be administered to a baby about to die, the baby be pulled from its mother's arms to receive this fetal treatment. In its current form, this bill only prohibits actually causing or hastening the death of the infant and intentionally and materially causing or hastening the infant's death. I've done criminal trial practice on both sides, prosecution and defense, and been a trial court clerk as well. And I expect this fact is already familiar to most of you, but not only in a criminal prosecution, does the government need to prove the overall case beyond a reasonable doubt. The government must prove each element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. So in any prosecution under this bill, the defense attorney would remind the jury, remember, the state's burden is to prove that Dr. Johnson materially caused or hastened the infant's death, that Dr. Johnson did so intentionally, and if you have any doubt, reasonable doubt, as to either element of that offense, you must acquit Dr. Johnson. The judge would then issue instructions to the jury saying, if you have reasonable doubt as to any element of this offense, caused or hastened intentionally, materially, you must acquit the accused doctor. So I'll just conclude by saying, following the discussions on this bill, I'm not surprised to hear people say that this bill is unnecessary or is insulting to doctors. I think some lawyers probably feel that way about some of the regulations that regulate lawyers specifically. But I have been probably somewhat surprised at the number of people saying that it might be part of appropriate medical practice to ever do anything that this bill prescribes. I think that should probably send up red flags for this committee, and I hope the committee will continue to take important testimony about that line of argument. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any legal questions about the bill.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If we were to enumerate multiple exceptions or situations like we have talked about and heard here, aren't we actually conflicting the law with regard to criminal intent? I mean, it doesn't,
Representative,
it's apples and oranges. Is that basically?
Could you repeat your question, Representative?
If we were to enumerate by amendment the various situations, exceptions, that some of which were discussed here, are we not basically a chasm between those situations which are personal and life intent from the criminal intent?
I believe you're asking about enumerating some specific situations potentially in the bill. I would say that that would depend on exactly what was enumerated. If, for example, the bill said something like, it will be a complete defense under this subsection if the child had a condition incompatible with life. That would really not change the intent of the bill at all and potentially could give some comfort to someone who might vote for the bill, although I really don't think it have any effect. If you had an exception that said something like, this protection will not apply in the case of a child who has a life-altering disability, in that case, we might have to get involved in opposition to the bill. Then you could potentially have, for the first time, a state statute saying that a criminal homicide is authorized if a child has a particularly life-altering condition. So it would depend on exactly what was enumerated.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chris Rouse, and then the next witness will be Maris Talent.
A little tall here, so I apologize.
You can pick that up if you want, sir.
Yeah,
It makes
okay.
it easier on the
All
back. I can
Feel like
imagine.
Price is right. Yeah, my name's Dr. Chris Rouse. I'm a neonatologist. I live in Auburn, New Hampshire, and I work in New Hampshire as well. I just want to provide my thoughts on this and hopefully answer some of your own questions as best I can. So, first of all, I just want to be, I do resuscitations for babies. That's my job. I do it every day. I've done it for many years. I'm passionate about that, and I hope I do a good job with that. I just want to talk about like what goes into a resuscitation. First of all, it's standard of care for providers to follow neonatal resuscitation program guidelines, which is approved by American Academy of Pediatrics, which basically goes through a whole set of evidence-based interventions you do based on how the baby is in front of you. So, it requires possibly giving positive pressure ventilation, intubating the baby, giving chest compressions if they need it, placing emergent IVs, umbilical lines, giving emergent medications like epinephrine, which is like adrenaline. And then ultimately, if they need transport to a higher level of care, providing that. So, all of those interventions, as everybody is like so well described, I think on both sides, like they're not benign, there are risks associated with those, giving positive pressure, intubating a baby, aorist pneumothorax. I mean, I've seen esophaguses get punctured by ET tubes, chest compressions, just like with adults, they can break babies' ribs. And then in terms of like, depending on the gestational age of the baby, the skin is so tender and fragile, like it tears really easily. So just all the tape that goes into that and securing the tube, securing IV sites can be traumatic too. So all of that is absolutely necessary when you resuscitate a baby who, like, obviously has a future and a good chance of survival of a low risk of mortality and morbidity. And I think, like everybody has said, like, of course, we don't want to do that for babies that are, have an anomaly or a defect that's not consistent with life. So I just want to put that out there. I think everybody's like similar on the same page of that. I do have a few concerns just based on the way the bill is written. And I just wanted to make a couple other comments too. As a neonatologist, like I honestly, just reading this, I am most concerned about the part about withholding treatment with the intention of causing or hastening an infant's death. Again, I'm a neonatal ICU doctor. We can do a lot to keep babies alive. The example that people brought up was, the baby without a brain, the anencephalic baby. You can keep that baby alive. You can keep that baby alive for a month. You can keep baby alive longer for that. If they're on a ventilator, if they stay in the hospital, potentially, if they have all their feeds given through a G tube or a feeding tube. So, if you withdraw care, I would also argue that the intention is to shorten that baby's life. And I mean, we can argue it. Lawyers can certainly argue it. We can argue it within the medical profession, between providers and healthcare systems. But I would ask you just to put yourself in our shoes. If we're going to risk a lawsuit against ourselves, and to a point where, when I apply for credentials at a hospital through a state medical board, I have to put down every time I've been sued, the details of that suit, if it was successful or not. And that impacts like my ability to be employed. So, would my hospital, would they ever risk that? How do you define intention? That was a great point that was previously brought up. I know how I define it. I know how you may define it. Other people may define it. How's a lawyer going to define it? How are they going to argue in front of a court? Am I going to win that argument? Am I going to roll the dice on that? I have kids. I have a family. Like I said, I live in Auburn, New Hampshire. That affects that. So, again, it's.
Doctor, we appreciate your test. You've kind of gone over the three, but I don't want to cut you off. I just asked you to sum up, if you would, please. That's all. Thank you.
Any questions?
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
If you have a baby that is surviving in neonatal, and the parent says to you, I don't want to do this anymore, does that not put you in the same predicament of withdrawing care? Is an intentional way of hastening the death of a child? I worked intensive care, not neonatal care, but I know if the family wanted someone taken off a respirator because they could no longer survive, the family's wishes were listened to. Not being in neonatal, where are you? Is that not hastening a death as well?
I agree with you. I think like it would hasten the infant's death by taking.
I'm
them
sorry,
off-
can't
it,
hear
w- it would hasten the infant's death by taking them off a respirator, off a ventilator.
Okay. But you don't do it if you think the child has a possibility of surviving, correct?
I think that's hard too because it really depends on what the baby's gestational age is, and I know prematurity gets brought up a lot here. But it depends on, what the baby's, when we look at a baby that is premature, for example, and say at the edge of viability, a lot of things go into that. Like we're trying to just nail down a gestational age. It also has to go in with like what their estimated birth weight is, what their blood flow is like in their umbilical artery, in their brain, how well they're growing over the past several weeks. All those things go into that. So if you have a baby that comes out that has, say, let's just go on national guidelines, like a 22-weeker, 10% chance of living at most places, depends on where you deliver. And you say, okay, to the parents, they have a 10% chance of living. Your chance of cerebral palsy is 75%. You are still giving that family the decision to how much of a resuscitation they want. That's standard of care no matter where you go. So I guess that would be my argument with you. I would say that, not with you, but the argument would be even babies born with a heart rate that may have a very small chance of living, there is absolutely debate and parental preference involved in that.
Other questions for this witness? Yes.
Thank you for that. I think one of the things that we're missing in this bill, and I keep bringing it up, is trying to protect the child that is born as a missed abortion. And I know that that is very, very rare, but it's my understanding, and I would think you'd agree, that if you had a child arrive who ended up in the NICU at 23 and a half weeks and only ended up in the NICU because of perhaps some complication of the missed abortion, it would be up to the doctors to determine the survival of that child.
Yeah, I think for myself, it wouldn't matter the abortion aspect of it. Like, once the baby's born, the baby's basically is treated the same as any other baby. I would say I would just caution on the reason 23-week, 22-week babies go to the NICU. Those babies are going to be in the NICU for three months, and they're going to be on a ventilator for a period of time. They're going to need blood pressure medications. There's a lot of interventions that go into that. For example, their lungs don't even have the alveoli, the air sacs at the end developed at that point. So you're trying to ventilate through heart tubes, bronchioles, because they don't even have the air sacs developed. That takes a lot of pressure and a lot of invasive respiratory management. So I just caution, a 22, 23-week baby is not, there's not really a healthy one.
Thank you. Other questions for this witness? Representative Stapleton.
Thank you for taking my question. The discussion brings one question to mind. Would an amendment be useful that provides exception for not being obligated to extraordinary means to preserve the life of a child that has a terminal diagnosis or prognosis?
I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, I personally, just my own perspective, I don't think it's necessary because that is what we do right now. This isn't like something I've been waiting for and hoping for. And will somebody make this change so that we can do our jobs better? Like, for me, I'm doing the same job, or I'm not doing the same job. But if the bill comes gets passed, I will be doing it differently. But right now, I think in the medical profession, everybody's not happy, but there's a system for working within that. That's good for providers and families.
Thank you. Yes.
I ask that in the context of some moral beliefs that we're not obligated to use extraordinary means to protect the life that's going to be terminal or is terminal. And that is not opposed to what doctors do. You try to do the best you can, but there are some circumstances that you cannot overcome, and there's going to be a termination of life. And so the moral code would say that we let the natural death occur, and the choice is not to use extraordinary means beyond the capability of keeping that life going.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Do you have something you wanted to say, Doctor? Please.
Yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying, and I think like cerebrally, I like understand that and agree with that. It's just how things get written out and then translated and then acted on that. There's just a lot of gray area for that for us professionals.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Page.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I just want to clarify that I heard you correctly, and if I didn't, correct me. My understanding is what you indicated is that currently you practice the medical standard of care. That if this bill were to become a law, that might interfere or at least cause in your mind some additional questioning about what the law says or what you think the law might say or what a lawyer might say versus what you as the medical professional might deliver to that care and therefore perhaps undermine the good work that you're doing right now. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next is Maris Holland, and the witness after that will be Emily Zuzano.
Hello, committee members. My name is Maris Holland. I'm a resident physician in OBGYN. I live in Lebanon. When Representative Cordelli introduced this bill, he said this is a simple concept. I think everyone's testimony today can attest to the fact that this is not simple. This is exceedingly complex, and there are many iterations of different situations, hypothetical situations, complex medical diagnoses, rare medical diagnoses, and situations that perhaps no one in this room has even thought about that could apply and be affected by the language in this bill. The way the bill is written doesn't have to do with how medical care actually works. It's based on myths or misunderstandings of what happens in the medical field. I don't think this bill is necessary. I think that doctors already have the obligation to provide appropriate medical care. It makes my heart break to hear someone bring up someone like Hermit Gosnell, who is a indicted murderer, and compare the medical providers in this room to that person. I would never bring up someone who had murdered a physician who was an anti-abortion extremist and compare that to the other people who are speaking in this room. Representative Simon is right that I can't speak to every medical professional, and I can't speak to things that have happened in the past or myths or even real stories that people have come forward who are abortion, anti-abortion speakers. But I can tell you what I see currently as a physician practicing in New Hampshire. These hypothetical situations that you speak of, I have never seen. I have seen many of the situations that are being testified against here. Stories like Sawyer, stories like this gentleman here whose child had spina bifida. I see those stories frequently. And the language in this bill would undermine medical professionals' ability to do their job safely. We already live in a litigious society where we worry about the legal implications for what we do. As an OBGYN, we have the highest malpractice suits in any profession. The way that this is written is vague. We have talked all day, all morning, about the intent of this bill. I'm still not really sure what the intent is. I've heard the supporters of this bill try to clarify multiple times what the intent is, because it sounds like the intent is not to speak against small premature infants who are born with fetal anomalies. But how do I know? How do I define their intent? And yet you're suggesting that physicians be charged with a Class A felony based on whose ability to determine what our intent is. Who is better prepared to classify a situation and the medical appropriateness of that situation than someone who went to medical school and someone who is trained postgraduately to treat these situations? This bill has inflammatory language based in misinformation. From a medical perspective, the bill is unnecessary and ludicrous. It's not how medical care works. And most importantly, its unintended consequences and vagueness will cause suffering to families that have spoken today. Politicians should not be making laws that are dictating medical treatments. We should be performing the usual standard medical standard of care. I strongly encourage you to oppose this legislation.
Questions for this witness? Representative Horgan.
Oh, did I go first? Or
Yeah, go ahead.
And I had to skip out for another hearing for an hour, but something is not defined in bill as an infant. So is there any criteria to say who's an infant and who's not? I mean, certainly I was born alive. I fit that definition. Everybody in the room does, but I don't think they're trying to protect my right to life, or so-called right to life, with this bill. If I had a terminal illness, I think I have a living will which says they shouldn't take extraordinary means, and this is obviously requiring at least some people, some very young people who've been born alive, to be subjected to extraordinary means, even if their parents or their guardians would prefer otherwise. So, like, is there a cutoff point, or any clear cutoff point, or like who's an infant and then who's just a very young baby?
I would defer to the pediatrician in the room, but I think of an infant as a child under the age of 6 months.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Patel.
I've heard many testify today that physicians practice within the standard of care. And it seems that the intent of this bill was to make those who are not practicing within the standard of care liable. If this was amended to state somehow about acting within the standard of care, that you wouldn't be liable for that, would that be something that you'd be amenable to?
Those laws already exist. We already practice within the standard of care because that's what the Board of Medicine suggests. I don't think there's any amendment or any change to the language in this bill that could make it work.
Other questions? Yes. Representative Perez.
It's my understanding that the previous physician that spoke said that he might not treat if there was a 10% or less chance of survival. This shows me that everyone has a different. I was in the intensive care for 42 years. Everybody has different interpretations of standard of care. So I think to say that this has too many hypotheticals, I've seen them. I would like to believe, like in every profession, everybody is perfect and follows the guidelines, okay? Unfortunately, we have all seen that that does not exist. What can we do to make sure people, physicians, operate within the standard of care? Not sue them when they didn't, but how can we stop them from not? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I think it's a valid question. I don't think it has anything to do with this bill. I don't think this bill should affect that. I think that that's a larger existential question about how we do licensing for different professions. How do we keep anyone from doing the job that they're supposed to do?
Yes.
But we're talking about the life of a child. So we're not talking about, whatever happens, whatever. We're talking about the life of a child that has been born. So it is not an unborn child.
So-
Never seen that happen. That doesn't happen. Not in the accidental way that we're talking about here.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to boil it down to a little more basic. What's the purpose of law? The purpose of law is not to address the people who are doing good, but rather the few that are doing bad. We have to come to the reality that even within the medical profession, as good as all the people are, there's always going to be a few bad apples. The news recently had a case in Claremont. The doctor overstepped good behavior boundaries in a criminal sense and is going to face a criminal's penalty for that. This law is not to address all of you people that are doing a terrific job in the medical profession. It's to address the one or two bad apples that may violate the standards of care, the standards of good behavior, the standards of society. We're trying to protect that unborn child from those few that would violate those standards. Do you happen to see that that's a possibility with this bill?
I see what your question is. I don't, I think that the unintended consequences of this bill are huge. And I think that, that the circumstances under which you are suggesting are already covered by national and state laws that prohibit infanticide.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Emily Zuzano, and next will be Allison Palin.
Good morning, Chairman Lynn and honorable committee members. It is good to see you again. My name is Emily Zajano, and I ask you to oppose HB 346. This bill will interfere with compassionate care and force medical interventions that will not affect survival. I am a doctor, a mother of 2 living children, and as I shared yesterday, I am a woman who had 2 abortions due to complications during a pregnancy with twins. The first was due to uterine rupture. The second abortion was due to a high risk of hemorrhage again and miscarriage before viability, born too early for medical interventions to save her life. If it had been different and she was born before viability, then let me hold her. Let me love her. Let her feel my warmth and hear my voice. Let her father touch her skin and stroke her hair. He never got to feel her kick from the womb like I did. Do not force her into an incubator and medical procedures with lines and tubes and scalpels, ventilators and monitors and sterile gloves. Let her time be with us, her family, and let us decide how that time is spent. Let us build memories of loving her, not watching her suffer. Families in complex, unexpected, and often heartbreaking situations like ours deserve support, empathy, and options. We should be able to make difficult decisions with our doctors, including comfort care for babies who will not survive regardless of medical interventions. As a mom, this needs to be allowed. This needs to be legal. This is not an appropriate place for political interference. These are impossible decisions to be made by parents, medical experts, the people in that room. With all due respect, it is not a decision for the people in a legislative committee room. As a doctor, I urge you, do not force doctors to deny families compassionate care. Don't threaten them with years of imprisonment to do something that goes against their best medical judgment, against all the facts in front of them. I ask you to consider the Hippocratic Oath, which implores, first, do no harm, a state mandate for medical interventions that will not change survival outcomes is the definition of harm. It denies families the opportunity to hold their baby before they pass and piles up unnecessary, expensive medical bills for futile care. I have attended bereavement groups for pregnancy and infant loss. So many families have tokens of their beloved babies, footprints, locks of hair, family photos. There is a woman who makes beautiful baby clothes for infants as small as half a pound in order for families to be able to dress their loved ones before saying goodbye. There is a wonderful device called a
Doctor,
cuddle
can I
cot.
just ask you to, you're
Sure.
kind of going over your time, if we could just
Okay.
ask you to sum up, if you would.
2 sentences, please.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
3, sorry. There are systems in place that support families in these unimaginable, heartbreaking situations. This bill does not give room for palliative care. Do not create a system that makes this terrible time worse. No law can be written to thread the needle of these complex situations. Please reject HB 346. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Representative Stapleton.
Thank you for taking my question. You cited a very sacred oath. Do no harm.
Mhm.
Do no harm, a very sacred oath.
Correct.
And it's a good thing we have that oath, and it must be followed. And by and large, medical people follow it to the letter and the spirit. What do we do when someone violates that sacred oath? We have to have an answer
And
for that
thankfully-
situation.
And thankfully, we already do. There are current laws that help keep people safe. There are medical boards and codes of ethics that physicians and other medical providers must answer to if they are violating that oath. There is a process that penalizes, it studies, it evaluates, it reflects on standard of care, and it holds people responsible to maintaining their professional oath. This law is not needed to keep people in check and make sure that they are doing well by their patients. This law causes harm.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I'm going to call on the Reverend Allison Palin. Allison Palin. I don't see Ms. Palin here. The next witness then will be former Representative Phyllis Woods. And the witness after that will be Laura Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Phyllis Woods from Dover. As a former member of the House Judiciary Committee, I introduced and sponsored this identical bill 20 years ago. And I think the same bill has perhaps come at least once a session since then. The intent of the bill is really very clear. We're trying to provide for the dignity and the decency and the compassion to care for a very young infant that is born alive, that has the tenacity to live, either if they were the result of an intentional abortion or perhaps a miscarriage or a spontaneous natural abortion. I think that after the child is outside of the womb, the woman has had the abortion, if that was the intent, and we have a moral imperative at that point to care for the other patient, which is the infant. There is nothing in this bill that I saw that would require somebody to whisk that child away and resuscitate it or do extraordinary means. It's very, very clear that we're talking about medically appropriate and reasonable care. We had many, many testimonies of women and men who had been at the birth of one of these children where the child had just either been thrown in the trash or left on a stainless steel sink to move and to try to breathe until they died. What we're trying to do in passing a law is to not only add to the moral imperative and the compassion of the healthcare people to care for that child and to give it very simple comfort care to keep it warm, perhaps wet the lips or hydrate it, not do any kind of extraordinary means that would not be reasonable. We always know that the law requires that if we see any kind of neglect or abuse of a child, that has to be reported. I don't think anyone has a problem with the criminal portion of this. We know that abuse or neglect or deliberate attempts to hurt a child is a criminal intent. So I urge you to please, please consider passing this very reasonable, compassionate law.
Thank you, Representative Woods. You are right on the 3-minute mark. We appreciate that. Questions for Representative Woods? Yes, Representative Turner and then Representative Devine.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. We were told earlier of scenarios in other states where some of the things that I think you're speaking of have happened, particularly in Pennsylvania. And my understanding is that that provider was prosecuted and successfully for those acts. Being a former state rep, I'm wondering if you could answer, do you know of anything in our current statutes that would prevent that prosecution currently in New Hampshire for the things outlined?
No, we all have seen and probably heard of Gosnell and other egregious child murderers, actually, who took proactive action. And I think we must have laws that would, that really intentional killing or harming of a child. I'm not sure if your question is if anybody has been prosecuted. I'm not aware of that. I really would like to believe that that is not happening.
I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. My question was really whether you're aware of anything in current New Hampshire statute that would have made the prosecution as it came out in Pennsylvania not possible in New Hampshire.
No, I don't think that there's anything that I'm aware of that would have made that impossible. I think that if that was reported and known, we certainly would have laws that would have prosecuted that kind of behavior.
Representative Devine, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at the Chapter 132A, and the current law states that temporary care and control of a child in a hospital or safe haven. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to hear you. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm trying to get my head around why we need this legislation when we already have something in place that does protect the child, and the child does go into protective services or care.
I don't think that we necessarily need, as I said, I don't think anybody has a problem with the criminal intent if somebody is taking proactive action to do harm to the child. I think what this is we've heard that doctors want to do no harm, that they believe that what we're really doing is taking care of the child and giving that comfort care. I think this would say, for example, yesterday I had an obstetrical nurse that was accompanying me. She couldn't make it today. She said that she was told that if she paid any attention to a child that was born as a result of an abortion, that if she tried to baptize it or care for it or pay any attention to it whatsoever, it would have been the last day that she would work. The intent was to take care of only the person that had had the abortion. I think what this is would give, in besides a moral imperative or what we hope would be a conscience decision for the healthcare personnel to take care of the child. It would give them the legal authority to do so, and it would would incentivize them to give at least comfort care, not extraordinary care, just to preserve the human dignity and respect of the individual.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Greason. Your mic's not on.
It's difficult to hear.
Open too.
All right, I'll just scream really loud.
There we go. All righty. Thank you for taking our questions, by the way, despite the technical difficulties. You said that this bill has been presented 20 years ago. You sponsored the bill. How? Now your microphone's broken. Sorry about that. I broke your mic. How? Yeah.
Yes, I think this has also been sponsored and presented on the federal level multiple times also.
The arguments for and the arguments against probably haven't changed in 20 years. So how is this current bill different and subsequently better than any other bill that's been presented so far that has not passed, so that this bill should be passed? Because I'm hearing the same arguments for and against.
Yeah.
How is this better?
I don't know if it is substantially different in the wording. I think it has been streamlined. It is, even though apparently it is, the intent is unclear to some people, it seems crystal clear to the rest of us that we are simply asking for a child to be treated with dignity and respect, the same kind of care that would be given if in fact someone had spontaneously aborted, had a spontaneous abortion or a miscarriage. In that instant, the parents or the mother would have some interest in wanting to perhaps take extraordinary means, but that by no means is the case for a child that had not been wanted by the mother. You can liken it to the end of life care. If in fact someone has advanced directives and they don't want any extraordinary care, then they've taken some proactive action. But in the case of like a spontaneous abortion, a natural abortion, or a miscarriage, the parents at that point have some say as to whether or not they want extraordinary care. And in many instances, it doesn't make any sense. It probably doesn't make any sense because this calls for appropriate care and appropriate intervention. If a child is like less than a pound, but is gasping for breath or is moving and showing signs of life with a heartbeat, what this bill would say is not only do you have a moral imperative, but now you have a legal imperative to give it just the very basic comfort care and to not subject it to neglect and that sort of thing.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, I'm going to call on Laura Abel, and then it will be the Reverend Allison Palin. I'm sorry, Reverend Allison Palin. Thank you.
Good morning. Members, excuse me, I'm crazy nervous here. So my name is Laura Abel. I live in
You know,
Madison.
could I ask you to get a little closer to the microphone? It's really
Yeah,
difficult.
I live in my name is Laura Abel. I live in Madison, New Hampshire, and I'm here in opposition to House Bill 346. I'm testifying on this bill today because I know what it means to have a wanted pregnancy, to have expected to bring my newborn home, and to experience the devastating loss after the birth of my child. I know firsthand how this bill would have impacted my family and me, and I do not want anyone to have to give up the last moments you have with your child. My story is from 1988 in Nashua, New Hampshire. I was 23 plus weeks pregnant. My husband and I were very excited to become parents. I went to the doctor on Tuesday because I was having some cramps. The doctor thought I had a urinary tract infection, and I was sent home to be on bed rest for 2 weeks. My water broke that evening in the video store. A little dated, but that's what it was. We called the doctor, who immediately told me to come to the maternity ward, and I was admitted right away. The next day, they did an ultrasound determining I had lost a lot of amniotic fluid. We were scared and confused. We didn't know what losing amniotic fluid meant. The doctors told us I would be in a hospital until delivery. Each evening, I had contractions. They gave me antibiotics, which stopped the contractions because they knew the chances for her survival would be higher with more time. On Sunday morning, I had a bloody show. I was told this meant my labor had begun in a way that could not be stopped. They started preparing my husband and I for the worst case scenario. It was possible that my daughter would be born with her eyes fused shut, which they explained to me meant her lungs would be underdeveloped and incapable of sustaining her life. We held on to hope, though, that we would still be able to bring our child home. A few hours later, my contractions started to lessen, and I was given the drug Pitocin to reintroduce the contractions. Allison Joanne was born a few hours later, weighing 1 pound and 6 ounces. When she was born, we saw her eyes were still fused shut. We knew that meant we only had a small amount of time with her. The staff cleaned, bathed, and measured her. They swaddled her in a blanket and gave her to my husband and me to hold. The staff also took pictures of Allison, and we took some as well. Her heart stopped beating at approximately 40 minutes after her birth. We were so grateful to be able to hold, hug, and protect our precious little daughter for the time she had. Allison is buried in Nashua. No family should sacrifice any moment with their child. For my husband and I, we were given only 40 minutes with our daughter. The doctors and staff there supported us in being able to hold and care for her exactly as we wanted to. No family should have that opportunity taken away from them. No doctor should be forced to act any differently than supporting grieving families in those moments. Thank you for allowing me to share my story today. I ask again that you vote against House Bill 346. Please do not put any families like mine in a harder position than it already is to have this type of loss. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next is the Reverend Allison Ahern, and next after that will be Kathleen Wemling, I think.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Allison Palm. I'm a Unitarian Universalist minister serving the Unitarian Universalist Church of Nashua, as well as a resident of Nashua. And as a faith leader, I'm here to speak in opposition to House Bill 346. I know from hearing the conversation this morning that there's lots of talk around this bill and abortion. I have also heard today a lot about what the intent of this bill might be. I don't believe either of those are helpful. Instead, I want to share my thoughts on this bill from a pastoral perspective and from the perspective of impact rather than intent. As a pastor and in my time working in a hospital as a chaplain, I have seen the vast difference between care that is seeking to extend life and care that is seeking to offer a comfortable death for those with a terminal diagnosis. I have seen the deep value of hospice care, which ceases any efforts to prolong life and instead focuses on the comfort of the patient as they are dying and the needs of their family and loved ones as they are saying goodbye. House Bill 346 essentially makes it illegal for families to make choices around the kind of care their baby gets in the last moments of that baby's life. You have heard stories of families today in this heartbreaking position of having to say goodbye to a baby that they have barely known. And it can be even more traumatizing to have their baby taken away for those last minutes or hours in an effort to extend a life that is already lost. What families need is support to say goodbye, the ability to have their faith leader come in and bless the baby if they choose, and the opportunity to be with that baby in the little time that they have. I urge you to oppose House Bill 346 and the ways in which this bill would only serve to bring more harm and trauma to grieving families. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Kathleen Doomling will be next, and after that will be Jason Hennessey.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kathleen Demling. I'm a
Emily, I'm
psychiatrist.
sorry. I pronounced your name wrong. I'm
You were
sorry.
very close. My name is Dr. Kathleen Demling. I'm a psychiatrist, and today I'm representing myself and the New Hampshire Psychiatric Society in speaking against House Bill 346, which threatens the ability of medical providers to perform evidence-based care that is ethical and goes against patients' and families' wishes. We've heard stories today where fetal anomalies have no medical answers. When these severe problems are identified mid-pregnancy, parents are counseled on their options, which are generally to induce an abortion or to deliver and meet their baby. The choice is made with the understanding that no medical interventions exist that could meaningfully extend their baby's life, and that the baby will only survive for hours or maybe minutes after delivery. Families choosing delivery are choosing to meet their babies, and this can be very important to process their grief. Infant loss is incredibly traumatic. It's associated with the development of PTSD. Research has shown that the risk of developing PTSD is significantly higher among families who felt unsupported by their medical team at the time of the loss. To force a doctor or nurse to go against parents' wishes to hold their infant who has minutes to live, to take the baby to another space to perform invasive care that's been deemed futile, is more than being unsupportive. It's cruel, and it strips parents of an opportunity to process their grief. And it's traumatizing to all parties involved. In summary, this bill threatens the abilities of doctors and nurses to provide compassionate care and conflicts with the ethos of do no harm. There are situations where forcing higher levels of medical care would contribute to the suffering of the infant and their family. Withholding invasive, painful procedures when there's no evidence that they would be beneficial is not done with the main purpose of hastening death, but to avoid pain and suffering and to allow parents to share their child's last moments with them in their arms. At the same time, starting comfort care is a choice made by the medical professional. And so I fear with the wording in this bill that this choice could be interpreted as intent and therefore could be considered intentionally hastening death, depending on the motivations of the interpreter. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next will be Jason Hennessey, and the witness after that will be Fidel McKenna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of House Judiciary. My name is Jason Hennessey. I'm here to represent the many pro-life people in New Hampshire, from New Hampshire, and we're part of New Hampshire Right to Life. we stand here to support HB 346. So the reason we support that is that we support it primarily because we want to protect born children. Most people, almost everybody agrees on this. And in particular, we are concerned with those infants that actually survive abortions. Because in the abortion room, you have at least two people who have expressed intent to harm that child. And it is, the state has an interest in protecting the right to life of every one of its citizens. And so for that reason, we support this legislation. All right. You've heard Gosnell referenced a couple of times how that couldn't happen here. He was convicted primarily because he actively killed the children. But we're concerned about, what about a child that's born from an abortion and is left there to starve or dehydrate or something like that? That's our primary concern. You've heard that this is a theoretical concern. Well, it's murky here in New Hampshire. We don't have statistics. The people who would know don't usually talk in definites. They don't like to give statistics of what they know, from what I've heard. And according to the Family Research Council, they surveyed 8 states that keep statistics on infants born alive after abortion, and they found 245 cases. But that is a vast, vast underestimate, because there's only 8 states that keep them, and we don't know anything about the other states. Some of them grow up. Some of them are like Melissa Oden, and you even heard a gentleman earlier who read a statement from the Abortion Survivors Network. So there's enough of them to form a network. So this is obviously not a theoretical case. I've heard it said earlier that we should be depending on federal law, but the problem with federal law is that it's very finicky in terms of enforcement. It depends on the administration that's there. And anybody here, I'm sure, can come up with all sorts of cases where something was illegal under one administration and then the next administration decided not to enforce that. So we need something here in New Hampshire to make sure that the right to life is preserved here in New Hampshire. Yesterday, this committee heard 2 bills to roll back the Fetal Life Protection Act that protects unborn children at 6 months. And this would legalize abortion through birth. If you're planning on supporting that, I would ask you to really consider supporting this bill, because if that is rolled back, you could have 7 or 8 month abortions where this child could really survive and really have a good chance of thriving afterwards. In terms of the political reality, for those who disagree with the bill as it is, I didn't hear any testimony opposing protecting survivors of abortion. I heard about it more with the wanted children in tragic circumstances. So I'd ask it if the committee would be interested in supporting a bill that was restricted to just abortion survivors, if that would create more consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Devine, sorry.
Are there any current cases of babies being born, say, within the last 2 years, of infants being born after an abortion that have survived? And can you speak to any instances of that in the state?
So thank you for your question, Representative. There's no abortion statistics. We don't know. We don't know what happens, and as far as it's very murky. So to my knowledge, the answer is no, but I don't know that we would know if it had happened.
I have a question. Do you think that the reason that there are no statistics is that neither side wants it? Because if the pro-choice side had the statistics, it might show how unintrusive the current law is. And on the other side, if the pro-life people had it, it might show how unintrusive the present law is. And it's in neither side's interest to say that, because it undercuts both sides' arguments. Do you think that might be true?
So that is a very interesting proposition, Mr. Chairman. I can speak for the pro-life side, and only for the pro-life side, that we've been fighting for a statistics bill for at least 15 years, probably longer with people who've been around longer than I have know about that. before that, but we have been fighting vigorously for this. For one reason or another, it just comes up that people find problems with it.
Thank you. All right. Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. Fidelma McKenna?
It's difficult. Fidelma McKenna.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Fidelma McKenna. I'm a certified nurse midwife, and I'm asking you to oppose this bill. I think my colleagues in the medical professions, the pediatricians, the psychiatrists, the OBGYNs have done an amazing job of making my points. So I just want to speak from my committee members on the bereavement committee at my labor and delivery floor, where we work so hard to support families during the loss of a pregnancy. At 16 weeks, at 18 weeks, all the way up, we work so hard to support the recovery of our patients, to defend the life of the neonate. But I just want to let you know that this bill, the way it's written, doesn't work. And it would absolutely impede our ability to help transition the baby and the parents in a kind and compassionate way. And I don't think I'll do a great job of getting into the weeds of the hypothetical stuff, but as just like a citizen who is here, who does this work on a daily basis, this bill doesn't work, because we're getting into babies who survived abortion, but any born alive infant, including but not limited to one born alive. So this wraps up all the babies that we take care of. We wouldn't be able to support them in a way. And I think that one thing that Representative Stapleton has said a couple times is, well, you're not hastening the death, you're just providing compassionate care. But I think what we've heard before other medical professionals say is we're terrified that providing the compassionate, loving support of the family transitioning would be interpreted as hastening the death. And we just want to be able to do our job. So please oppose this law. It doesn't work in the reality on the ground.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Is it lawsuits that you all are afraid of?
Oh, no, absolutely not. It's more the exact moment when that family is grieving, when we're paralyzed with, wait a minute, what are we allowed to do? When that mother or father or parent has asked to be given their baby, and we want to care for them and support them and allow them to process that moment, we're worried that the ambiguity in this bill will cause us to pause and paralyze and not provide the excellent, compassionate, loving care we know how to do.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Jamie Wilder, or Jama Wilder. I think it's, I'm not sure, but Wilder is the last name anyway.
Hi there.
Hi.
Yes, it's Jama Wilder.
Jama Wilder, okay.
So I actually unexpectedly came in to sign in, and I saw this bill was still going, and I was compelled to come in and speak on it. I've lived in New Hampshire for 42 years. I'm a mother of 5 children, and I'm also a birth doula, part-time. Obviously, a lot changed since COVID, but I also consider life very, very, very important. I have had 2 miscarriages myself, and I have had postpartum with 2 of my children, and so I can speak to many of the things that were said today. Something in my life happened last April where my father went into cardiac arrest at my house. And in that moment, I had the decision to try to save his life or wait for someone else to show up. He was 70 years old, and my son and I went into chest compressions and breaths, and we kept him alive until help was able to arrive. For the next several hours, he was brought to the hospital, and they did everything they could to keep him alive. He had brain damage from the lack of oxygen that went to his brain, and they gave us the option at that moment to basically take him off of the medicine that was keeping him alive. And we came in, we said goodbye. All of the stories that you heard today were falsified in the fact that they would not allow a family to have that moment with their child. What this bill is doing is it is saving babies that are being born that are unwanted, that are the parents are saying that they want their baby to be murdered. And the argument that is always put forth is that when you're aborting a child, it's not really a life. But once that child comes out of the womb and is breathing on its own or is viable to be saved, they are saying, let the baby go, they don't need any help. Well, each of you have to look at yourselves and say, if I went into cardiac arrest right now, would I want a doctor to decide whether or not my life was worth saving, or my loved one, or my child's? Because if you can't say that a life is a life and it's important to save and to fight for that life, then why wouldn't we give parents the option at 2 years old to say, well, this child's going to cost me a lot in medical bills, so we might as well just let them die now? You're seeing our society and the wickedness in it and the perverseness that they're even talking about assisted suicides and bills coming up. I have so much appreciation for life. And the sad thing is that the doctors that are standing up, I don't know if they do the abortions themselves. I don't know if they've held a teeny tiny baby in their hands and said, this life isn't worth it. But all this bill is doing is asking immoral people that do not want to fight to give life a chance.
No, ma'am, you're really at the end of your time, so I'd ask you to sum up if you would, please.
That we're asking for a chance to make immoral people moral, and to have those doctors be standing up and having to look at the oath that they took, that they do care about life. And I support this bill, and I pray and I ask each of you to look at, imagine what a tiny baby in your hands breathing would be. And think about the fact that you're fighting to save that child.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. I don't have any other pink cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 346?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'll bring a pink card up to you as soon as I'm done.
Okay.
Honorable members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today. I didn't plan to speak today, but testimony that I heard compelled me to do so. I'm the Reverend Heidi Carrington Heath, speaking today on my own behalf. I'm an ordained Christian minister and a former labor, delivery, NICU, and postpartum chaplain. Want to invite you with me into a late night hospital room for a moment. A young mom and dad are in the postpartum wing, having just given birth to a long-awaited baby. He is 23 weeks old. He has a fatal fetal anomaly that was not previously detected and did not live, but for some 2 brief moments after he was born. His parents have asked me to baptize him with his tender, fleeting name. They want to hold him. They want to pray. And they want to say goodbye. They are traumatized and exhausted. They want only in this moment to have a holy and a tender ending. This is one of many stories I could tell you about parents in profound and soul-crushing grief over deeply wanted babies with 2 short lives. Every one of those stories is sacred and heartbreaking. To deny these families these essential moments would be inhumane. Every physician and every medical team I worked with went above and beyond to save the life of every infant they cared for without exception. But it is essential that we are clear that this bill does not only apply to a limited set of medical circumstances. The language is broad. Intentional or not, that is the case. We have a moral and an ethical responsibility to offer the best care to infants and parents. I don't think any of us would deny that. Sometimes that care means allowing parents the time to say goodbye that they don't want to say. Not to do so would be harmful. I don't believe for a moment one of us in this room wants to end the life of a baby prematurely. That is inflammatory rhetoric that is not helpful to this conversation. But as someone who has been in many hospital rooms with babies who simply could not survive, I am heartbroken that these incredibly brave voices that we heard today had to tell these stories in public, so families would not be further harmed in the hardest moment of their lives. While the intention of this bill may be narrow, the language is dangerously vague and dangerously broad. I'm really worried that this bill could have cruel and potentially dangerous consequences. I'm not taking any questions today, but I would ask you to vote ITL on House Bill 346. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 346? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing. I know we're about an hour and a half over time, but I'm going to move on and open the hearing on House Bill 562, requiring informed consent prior to receiving an abortion procedure. And given that it's sort of the lunch hour, if there are people on the committee that wish to be excused for a short time to take lunch, that's fine. There'll be some of us that'll hang in here for a while and maybe do it in shifts. But if some people wish to do that, please feel free to do that. So I'm going to first recognize Representative Testerman, the prime sponsor of the bill.
Thank you. My name is Dave Testerman. I'm a rep from Franklin. I'm a father of 4. I have 11 grandchildren, actually 12. And I've never been through this kind of operation of an abortion before. The easy thing about this particular one is it's not asking you to provide some sort of service to a person who is going to have an abortion. It's not asking you to talk about, like in the last bill, some of the issues about what happens, during an abortion. All I'm asking for is to provide a piece of information to a person who is going to have an abortion. It's a relatively long, detailed kind of information, and it's the sort of thing you would expect to hear. I mean, what you would hear from I'm going to have whatever operation, and a bit of information that they would give you over that period of time. And that's all. Even though, I mean, I'm an engineer. I can't tell you what all this information is. It makes sense, but I can't tell you what it is. So I'm not going to answer those kind of questions. What I'm here to answer is, should we give a person who is going to have an abortion a full and complete a full and complete group of data to make a decision that you're going to have to make either shortly or in the near future. So with that, I'm open to any questions, but again, I can't tell you whether or not a particular kind of information that was being presented here is right, wrong. It's what the experts say is right.
All right. Questions for Representative Testerman? I guess I do have a question, Representative. I'm wondering, as I look through the bill, I guess my basic question is do you have some evidence or some documentation or some evidence that you can point to suggesting that there's a real problem with, a substantial number of women who are having abortions not giving consent, that we need to be concerned that a lot of women are sort of being forced to have an abortion against their will?
No, my understanding isn't that they're being forced to give an opinion about whether or not they want to have an abortion against their will. My question is, and the reason we've got this is strictly, are the people there will properly informed as to what they're talking about in the way of an abortion, whether it's an abortion on drugs, a physical abortion, and it just, do you have that? Do you have the information that's necessary? Have you seen this information before? But I'm not, I have no indication that there may be a problem with that.
Thank you. Other questions for this witness? Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Perez.
It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, what this bill is clarifying, when you're having surgery, for example, you have to listen to the pros and cons. They won't just, you can't just say, oh, I don't want to hear that. It's my understanding when you're having an abortion, and if someone's here from Planned Parenthood, they could correct me, but it's my understanding that you're allowed to say, I don't want to know. I believe what I'm understanding from this bill is that it is requiring you to have that information, much like as if you were having a major medical procedure. Is that correct?
I understand that's correct.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Lansing.
Should we be dictating informed consent?
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear you.
Should we be dictating informed consent content?
In effect, it is informed consent. So but I don't know whether it's proper to tell somebody that they have to listen to this, but I believe they should.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Sellers. Yes, Representative Sellers.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members. Actually, I'm starting to feel like I'm on the Judiciary Committee. I've been here for the last day and a half. I read through this bill and I was looking at it, and yes, I am a co-signer of the bill as well. And what's wrong with consent? I mean, just, what we're trying to do is making sure the person going for the abortion has comprehensive knowledge of exactly where they are and what stage they're in, and knowing exactly what they're going to be, what's going to actually happen to them. I don't see any problem with that. So it's consent. All we're doing is say, do you know, and there's making sure the doctors are doing step 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. That's all they're doing. They're asking for it. So I don't really see any problem with a bill like this. It's consent. And I think it's comprehensive and making sure it's inclusive. Again, if we pass a bill and they say, well, we missed this, or we should add that, well, that's what we add amendments for. So that's it.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Khattab.
Are you aware of any other medical procedure which requires 24 hours advanced informed consent?
Of what procedure?
Are you aware of any other medical procedure that requires 24 hours advanced informed consent?
No, I'm not.
Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Are you aware of any medical procedures that do not require informed consent?
No, I am not.
Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much. Representative.
One other, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was there another question? Oh, yes, Representative Perez.
Very often now, when people go in for pre-operative evaluations prior to major surgeries, it is that time or at least it was, that time when they read and sign their informed consent, which is done usually prior, unless an emergency basis, to 24 hours before the procedure. That's my understanding. If it's changed, I apologize.
So is that a statement or a question, I guess? Thank you.
So I guess maybe I have a question. Just to sort of follow up on Representative Katab's question. This would propose, I have no doubt that, when surgical procedures of one kind or medical procedures of one kind or another are undertaken, the medical people require consent. This would put consent for this particular type of procedure in statute. And I guess what I'm wondering is, let's take something that's completely sort of what I would characterize as voluntary, cosmetic surgery, which is, it strikes me as the risk of having that or not having that is, in terms of what benefit you get out of it, is far less important, if you will, than, at least in most cases, than the risks on one side or another of abortion. Do we have a statute that says before you can perform cosmetic surgery, the doctor has to get consent in the way that this bill talks about consent?
Representative, I'm not sure if we have a statute on that. I have not looked up any other statutes on consent. However, this consent is very specific for abortions. That's my understanding, and it's very comprehensive to make sure the woman that's getting the abortion is very clear where she's at and what's going on and what's going to happen in her abortion.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Tripp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Somebody else may have already asked this question, but I may have been distracted. So my question is it necessary already for a person having an abortion to give consent, informed consent?
I didn't hear the last part.
Is it necessary already for a person getting an abortion to give informed consent?
Well, that's a good question because, one of the things that we don't do here, and again, it's brought up a couple times today, is that we don't track abortions. We don't count them. We don't know how many. And I don't work for Planned Parenthood or a couple other outlets that might actually perform abortions. So I don't really know what they have and what they give out for documentation.
Other
Does
questions?
that answer that?
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. On page, I guess, 3 of the proposed bill, lines 18 through 21 talk about having an ultrasound, and an ultrasound usually takes time to set up. Can it be, it could take a week or something like that before you get an actual appointment for that ultrasound? Is this a mandatory part of this bill is it a requirement of informed consent for the individual that is going for an abortion?
So my understanding from some testimony we heard yesterday is that ultrasounds are available right then and there, at the clinics. So just to verify that how old the infant is. So I don't know if it would take a week or not. It doesn't sound like
Well, I'm just wondering, is this a delay tactic for the abortion and written in the bill? And that's what I'm wondering.
I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah.
And I don't have an answer to that, and I hope that's not the case.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Horgan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Representative. And you may or may not be able to answer this, but there's a lot of very, very detailed wording in this bill, which is fine. And a lot of it turns up in identical or nearly identical form in other states. Bills have been introduced in other states, and in some cases passed. So I'm definitely, so the first question, is it fair to inform that you and Representative Curtelli or Pedernal didn't craft this all yourself? And are you prepared to tell us what the source of the model legislation was?
Are you asking me about model
Yes,
legislation?
this appears to be model legislation that's been passed in other states. So like who?
I cannot answer that.
Right, thank you.
All right, other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. I
Thank you,
call
Mr.
on
Chair.
former-
Thank you, committee.
Thank you. I call on former Representative Phyllis Woods, followed by Danielle Pimentel. Representative Woods, don't think she's here. All right. Danielle Pimentel, followed by Ahern.
Good afternoon again. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Danielle Pimentel with Americans United for Life. And HB 562 safeguards women's informed consent and ensures that women understand the real alternatives to abortion, which is why I urge your support. I want to first start out, though, and address some of the questions that you all had raised just during the previous testimony. Representative Lanza, you had a question about whether we should dictate informed consent. And so I just wanted to address that. In Dobbs, the Supreme Court overruled Roe v. Wade and Casey, or Planned Parenthood versus Casey, and the court held that states may regulate abortion for legitimate reasons, and that a law regulating abortion is entitled to a strong presumption of validity. So in this regard, New Hampshire has broad powers to pass informed consent protections, which ensure that a woman's decision to abort her child, unborn child, is informed and voluntary. Also to address, Mr. Chairman, your question about do we have any data or statistics with coerced abortions or the need for informed consent in that regard. And I spoke to this a little bit yesterday, and I'm going to turn to some of my testimony. I submitted written testimony on all these bills, but women seeking abortion are often, or there are high rates of women seeking abortion that are subject to intimate partner violence and or reproductive control. And so let me just turn to that so I can reference some of these sources here. You just allow me to do that. An intimate partner violence, that could be anything from, sexual, emotional, physical abuse, anything like that. And for women seeking an abortion, the prevalence of IPV, which is the acronym for that, is nearly 3 times greater than women continuing a pregnancy. And for reproductive control, which is when a partner or family member, or it could be a sex trafficker, tries to assert control over a woman's reproductive choice, 1 in 4, I think as many as a quarter of women of reproductive age attending for sexual and reproductive health services have given a history of suffering reproductive control. So because of the prevalence of IPV and because of the prevalence of reproductive control in women seeking abortions, informed consent safeguards can help ensure that women are having the information to voluntarily make these decisions for themselves to have an abortion or to not have an abortion and not be influenced by intimate partner violence or reproductive control.
So I guess I'm curious, how is this going to help that? In other words, a woman, under your scenario, a woman is kind of threatened or forced by her partner to get an abortion. And so she goes, and let's assume this law is in effect. So how is that, she's told you better agree to this abortion. So she goes in by her intimate partner, whatever, and this bill is in effect. Is she now going to just because a doctor has read off these things to her, she's going to say, oh, well, I don't have to worry about my boyfriend beating the hell out of me if I don't get the abortion because I'm signing all these things. Isn't she just going to sign them anyway?
Well, in this bill particularly, it offers, or part of the bill requires that the woman be informed of benefits to her. So that could be benefits while she's pregnant that the state offers, or prenatal care, or postnatal care, things like that. And so when women have more information about the other alternatives that they have, the actual resources they have to help them, the support, social and familiar support from just community around them, and other alternatives like from pregnancy resource centers, things like that, they have they may have if they want to continue that pregnancy, then they have the information to know that they will be supported, even if they don't have that support from their partner, that they have the support, whether that's from the state or other people in the community that can help them care for their child or have an option to give their child up for adoption. So this informed consent process would allow women to understand the resources available to them, and therefore they're able to make decisions knowing that they have options for their baby if they want to give birth to their baby, that maybe the baby would not be in the same situation that they're in with, unfortunately, a partner who is abusing them in some form.
All right, thank you. Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Representative Andrews, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. Okay, before I have a surgical procedure, please bear with me. I have to sign a consent form. Is having an abortion a surgical procedure, and why doesn't a consent form have to be signed?
Yes, so it depends on the stage of pregnancy that woman, or like the gestational age of the baby, I should say. So for the first 10 weeks of a woman's pregnancy, generally the abortion procedure would be a chemical abortion, and so that's a 2-pill regimen. However, there could be some surgery. There could be surgery implied in that if let's say the chemical abortion didn't fully work and there was a baby that needed to be expelled, there could have to be actual surgical intervention. After 10 weeks, though, it generally is a surgical procedure. Either it's through kind of like a vacuum procedure, I don't know the full term of that, or a D&E, something like that where there is actual surgery, or we classify that as a surgical procedure, I should say. And so for those reasons, and also with chemical abortions, because of the risk that women face with chemical abortion, the risk of sepsis, infection, again, not having the baby fully expelled, there is necessity for informed consent to make them aware of these risks so that they know fully going into these procedures, whether it's a chemical abortion or a surgical abortion, the impacts that could have on their own health.
Other questions to this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much.
And if I could just, I'm sorry, briefly, just one other thing. Another representative had a question about whether the bill requires an ultrasound. It does not. The bill simply says that it provides informed consent to a woman to know whether, or essentially the bill states that a woman will receive paperwork that says that she has the option to have an ultrasound, and she is signing off on whether she wants an ultrasound or not, and also saying that she refuses to look at, if she does get an ultrasound, she's refusing to look at the pictures, or she wants her to look at the pictures. So the bill in and of itself does not require an ultrasound.
All right, thank you. Kayla Montgomery, and next will be Josie Pinto. Kayla Montgomery.
Good afternoon. My name is Kayla Montgomery. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood of Northern New England. We oppose House Bill 562. It adds significant barriers to abortion care, and it is awash with misinformation and, frankly, shaming language. So there's a few concerns with this bill. I will get into them. The first, the definition section of medical emergency. It provides a definition that is not medically accurate. In particular, it carves out physiological or emotional conditions without any input or support from New Hampshire's medical community. Also, right below that, in section B2, it appears to call into question who can provide an abortion in New Hampshire without any clarity or any scientific or medical justification. And then if you look at section B2, which is really just mostly all of page 2, it contains a list of medically inaccurate risks associated with medication abortion. So I want to be really perfectly clear. There is absolutely no evidence that it's possible to counteract the effects of mifepristone, as suggesting this to patients is frankly just bad medicine. Planned Parenthood of Northern New England and New Hampshire abortion providers always provide trusted, medically accurate information to patients. And moreover, by mandating that healthcare providers give patients misleading and potentially dangerous information, this bill undermines the patient-provider relationship and the entire informed consent process. Page 3 talks about mandating that patients wait 24 hours after providing informed consent before getting their abortion. Again, there's no medical justification for this requirement. It will only cause further delays for patients and providers. It is standard medical practice that when a patient schedules their appointment, there is a mandatory consultation, and that's included, where the provider makes sure that the patient understands all of the information about the process, that the patient understands and is educated on their options. And also there is a private screening to make sure that the patient is not being coerced in any way. There's absolutely no exceptions to this protocol. If a patient comes in and they don't speak English, we provide translation services. There's no exceptions here. That is a part of every single abortion procedure, mandatory consent. So this bill would undermine the informed consent process by mandating that the provider give inaccurate information to their patients, and then also it forces them to delay care for 24 hours. So this requirement interferes with the provider-patient relationship, and it creates unnecessary delays for women seeking time-sensitive care. And finally, if you look at page 4, the bill requires DHHS to post information on their website and offer a 24-hour phone line without a lot of details, frankly. Nowhere in this section does it explain how the information will be compiled, monitored, updated, distributed, or paid for by. So overall, this bill is full of medically inaccurate, stigmatizing, and frankly confusing language. Granite Staters seeking abortion care already receive complete and accurate information from trained providers regarding their abortion care, and we would urge this committee to ITL House Bill 562.
All right, questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
So when are individuals coming into Planned Parenthood given all this information?
So a person does not just come in off the street. A person makes an appointment, generally online, or they call our health center. During that first initial process, the beginning conversation happens. The conversation about what's going to occur during the process, maybe some talk about, maybe you'll see protesters, what to do in that event if you're coming into a health center. So those conversations begin. And then once the appointment happens, that conversation happens before the abortion. And those questions are repeated around, do you understand what's happening? All of those questions are repeated throughout the procedure as well, just to really ensure that every patient understands.
Can I just ask you to hang on just one second? I'm going to recognize Representative Manos because I understand that some of her constituents may be in the gallery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Strata Middle School is here today, fourth graders, and I'm very happy to welcome them and to say hello. Could I just ask if they have any questions? I was just wondering whether perhaps you have any questions that you would want to ask us. What? I couldn't hear you.
What you do fun.
Yes, it absolutely is. I'm a freshman, so this is the first time I've been here, and I'm having a lot of fun. I do. I do. Well, one of our jobs is to hear people's opinions on the bills that we're considering. It's a very democratic process with a small d. So anyone can come and give us their opinion on what we're working on. And it's a lot of fun to hear people talk about their views on the bills we're considering.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow up.
Hang on just one second.
Can I follow up?
Right, that's for sure. I know.
I have a follow-up, please, when they're out.
All right. Yeah, just say there. Yeah. Right. All right. Yes, I'm sorry. You please continue your answer to the question. Yes, Representative Perez.
I'm sorry, I still don't understand. So I go online and I make an appointment. Does someone call me and go through all this, or does it happen when I walk into the clinic?
So it could be a couple times. Someone will call and talk to them about their upcoming appointment, make sure that they're still wanting to come, talk about what they can expect. If it is if it is an abortion in our health center, talk about maybe how much time they need, that they can bring a support person, basic things like that. And then once they're there, the conversation around the private screening to make sure there's no coercion, that type of thing happens.
Other question? Yes, follow up?
I'm sorry. So I call for an appointment, someone calls me back, I'm going to assume that and tells me I have to be there at such and such a time, like every other appointment that we go on in our lives. But the actual consultation about exactly the procedure and all of that does not occur, in my understanding, until the appointment. And also, at that time, are any other options given to the person? And if you do a private consultation about a possibility of, they're being coerced, they're not given time. I mean, so then it's either decide now or don't decide. I mean, there's no time
Sure.
to
So
process all this before you make the decision.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, absolutely all options are given to the patient. And we're not talking about once. This isn't, this isn't something that's rushed. This is patient-centered care. At any point, the person can change their mind. Every patient's going to be different. And that's why these questions are going to be repeated multiple times to make sure that the patient is still feeling comfortable in their decision. If they decide that they want to come back next week, if they decide, you know what, I had the consultation, I'm not comfortable, I want to maybe give it a few more days, that's fine. Every situation is going to be different, and we are going to work with that patient to make sure that every patient has what they need to feel comfortable. And if it's not a decision that they want to make at that moment, that's fine.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You said that the information on page 2 regarding mifepristone and progesterone is medically inaccurate information. I don't think that the sponsors of this bill intended to provide medically inaccurate information. Although if there's a possibility of it being inaccurate, then obviously it would need to be corrected. That aside, would you please explain how a chemical abortion takes place? What is mifepristone and the relationship with progesterone, and why this would have even been introduced if there wasn't some basis in reality? Can you just explain where this might have come from?
Sure. So medication abortion is 2 drugs used together. So what I am understanding from this bill is that it is trying to say that you can reverse a medication abortion. That is what I believe this bill is trying to indicate. There is no basis in fact for that. The FDA has not said that that is a situation. That does not happen. So suggesting otherwise is just simply bad medicine.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony as well. In terms of informed consent, I know Planned Parenthood provides abortion services and many other services. Isn't the primary or purpose for giving informed consent both sort of standard of care and to address medical legal issues? And short of having this law, what would be your expectations of your staff in terms of that?
This is standard medical guidelines. This is something that, we are a healthcare provider. We follow all standard medical guidelines and all medical ethics. So informed consent is just simply a part of the process, and not just once, but throughout.
Could I just do a quick follow-up?
Yeah.
In terms of your medical liability, would you feel that there are concerns if this were not being given in terms of consequences to the organization?
Absolutely. We follow, like I said, we follow all standard medicals and guidelines. We are a healthcare organization that operates within the law of the state of New Hampshire. We are licensed medical professionals, and we would never do anything to jeopardize that, because that means our patients could not rely on us for care anymore. We would never jeopardize that.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Stapleton.
Thank you for taking my question. Going back to the progesterone, and I don't know whether this is valid or not, but PubMed made a statement in a study of the use of progesterone to counteract the mifepristone. Case reports 4 of 6 women who took mifepristone were able to carry their pregnancies to term after receiving intramuscular progesterone, 200 milligrams. Now, I don't know if PubMed is a valid source or a respected source or not, but would you care to comment on that particular case report?
Yeah, I would just repeat that there has been no documentation that you can reverse a medication abortion and anything else I would consider drug science.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call next on Josie Pinto, and after that, the next one will be Maris Holland.
Good afternoon, representatives. I'm here again to represent the views of the Reproductive Freedom Fund of New Hampshire, and I'm here to urge you all to oppose HB 562. Every day, my job is to help patients access abortion care. That is often not an easy thing for many of them to do. Between the cost of the procedure, the need to take time off from work or school, arrange childcare and transportation, there are many barriers that exist for patients looking to access abortion care. Let's be clear. This bill only serves as one more barrier that would absolutely lead to increased difficulty for patients looking to access abortion. This bill would push abortion out of reach for many. I have experience working in a clinic that provides abortion, and in that role, I help to counsel patients around the options available to them. I can personally attest that this process is completely rooted in informed consent, making sure the patient is aware of all their options so that they are able to make the best decision possible for them. There is no need for someone to take 24 hours to make their decision once they have come in for their initial appointment. Patients that show up to their appointments know what decision they are making, and if they decide against an abortion, we are there to provide them the support and resources they need. If they have questions ahead of time, typically those are addressed through the initial intake call when they schedule their appointment. If a patient wants to take their time to think about it, then clinics absolutely understand that and respect their wishes. This is all to say there is absolutely no need to mandate a 24-hour waiting period because patients can determine for themselves when they should get care. As with many of these bills, I ask you all to trust patients, trust providers. Let us not interfere with their ability to make these incredibly personal decisions, but let's instead provide them with the compassionate, fact-based information and care they deserve, regardless of what they choose. I urge you all to vote against HB 562. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. This is genuinely, I do not know how much does an abortion cost.
Roughly $500, though if gestational limit is higher, it goes up from there, but on average, $500.
Further questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. You know what, I realized, I think I overlooked Omer Ahern, who was to testify next, and then Maris Holland, I will get to you as the very next witness. Thank you. So, Mr. Ahern, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. Again, my name is Omer Ahern Jr. I'm from Wentworth, New Hampshire, and I am in support of House Bill 562-FN. We're talking about human life. The most precious thing that we have. Our country was based upon the concept of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Every day, we're all faced with situations where we're asked to sign a consent form. And, you know, we're adults. What we're talking about, I believe, with regard to House Bill 562-FN, the reality of all this is that we are discussing some very unique, special circumstances as they apply to a second life. And I just believe, no matter what the cost, to protect life, we need to be able to do that because life is invaluable. And to require the mother to get the necessary information. Again, in my line of work, I've seen situations where people are not given information, they are coerced, they are misled, and I believe all we're trying to do here, especially in the way our society has changed so much over the last 40 years, we really need to make sure that these folks, these women, and many of them are very young, but that they're getting the proper information so that they can make the right decision. Knowledge is so important. And in my mind, in these special sets of circumstances, it is better to err on the side of caution to protect life. Again, I ask you to support the passage of House Bill 562-FN.
All right, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is Maris Holland, and then after Ms. Holland will be Jason Hennessey.
Good afternoon. My name is actually Janelle Hobson. Dr. Tolan had to go back to the hospital, and she has asked me to read her testimony.
All right.
Okay, thank you. The purpose of this legislation is not to provide informed consent, which already happens in the medical offices, by the way. The purpose is to make it challenging or impossible for patients to access abortion services. This bill belittles the decision-making power and individual autonomy of your neighbors. Who are you to understand or dictate how others make decisions? The government's job is not to give timelines for personal choices. What's more, this bill is mandating that I lie to my patients. A randomized controlled trial was performed in 2020 in order to estimate the efficacy and safety of mifepristone, antagonization with progesterone. Sorry about that. That is to say, looking at this non-FDA approved therapy to stop abortion process that is mentioned in this bill. The study was unsuccessful at estimating the efficacy of progesterone for halting the abortion process due to safety concerns when the medication abortion was only half completed. The study had to stop early because several patients undergoing this experimental therapy underwent severe hemorrhage, requiring ambulance transportation to an emergency department. ACOG does not recommend this experimental practice, stating that, and I quote, claims of medication abortion reversal are not supported by the body of scientific evidence, and this approach is not recommended, end quote. Mandating healthcare providers to give patients information about an unproven and experimental therapy is a disturbing intrusion into the relationship between physicians and their patients. We should all be concerned when politicians recommend treatment options over the advice of medical professionals. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Jason Hennessey, and next will be Sandra Denoncourt. Jason Hennessey. Do not see Jason Hennessey, so I'm going to then call on Sandra Denoncourt, please. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and committee members. I've submitted written testimony to you. I planned to focus my oral testimony on a similar topics. Based on your questions today, I think I may speak a little bit differently than I had planned. So thank you for the opportunity to submit written and oral testimony in opposition to House Bill 562. I'm Sandra Denoncourt. I'm a licensed registered nurse in the state of New Hampshire, and I'm the executive director of the Levering Health Center in Greenland. As you know or may know, Joan G. Levering Health Center has over 42 years of experience providing high quality health care that includes abortion care. We have many concerns about this bill, including the stigmatizing focus, the potential burdens of mandating a waiting period, the requirement that the Department of Health and Human Services produce literature that's designed to reinforce common anti-choice strategies, and the attempt to legislate the provision of information by healthcare providers that is not in the best interest of their patients. I'd like to be clear that House Bill 562 does not introduce the concept of informed consent in abortion care. Medical ethics, Board of Medicine, and common standards of practice already require informed consent prior to abortion procedures, whether they are medication abortions or procedural or surgical abortions. Medically accurate, patient-centered informed consent is already an essential element of delivering abortion care in New Hampshire, including at the Levering Health Center. House Bill 562 is an overreaching attempt to interfere with the delivery of accurate, evidence-based abortion care. So for those who may not know, medication abortion is used for over half of the patients seeking abortion care in our country. That's also true in New Hampshire. Medication abortions are provided following safe, effective protocols using 1 or 2 medications. In the 2 medication protocol, mifepristone is administered first. The second medication, misoprostol, is taken 6 to 24 hours following mifepristone. There is also an evidence-based guideline for the use of misoprostol only, and that involves timed multiple doses of misoprostol. it's really critical for you to understand that it is accurate when we say there is no body of evidence to support the use of progesterone after the administration of mifepristone to affect the viability of a pregnancy after mifepristone administration, meaning there's no evidence that after a patient takes mifepristone, the first step in a medication abortion, that supplemental progesterone, adding progesterone to their body, will impact the viability of the pregnancy if in fact it is continuing. Our bodies, when they are pregnant, naturally produce progesterone to support the pregnancy. A patient seeking an abortion has adequate progesterone in their body to protect and grow that pregnancy. If they didn't, their pregnancy would not be viable at the time of the abortion. I hope that makes sense to you, the way that I'm explaining it. So there is no evidence that if a patient remains pregnant after taking mifepristone, that there is in fact an impact by adding progesterone. In fact, there's potential there for harm. And the studies that have been done have demonstrated over and over that there is not enough evidence to support this recommendation.
All right,
So-
so you're kind of over your time. Can I
Okay,
just ask
thank
you
you.
to sum up, please?
Yes. So I would like to say that the Lovering Health Center, if there are questions about informed consent in the process at the Lovering Health Center, I would welcome the opportunity to address those. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Representative Greasy.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You use the expression stigmatizing focus, and I'm wondering what you mean by that.
I'd be happy to speak to that. Thank you for your question. I think there is an assumption that, or I would say what I hear often is the assumption that the fact that we exist, abortion providers and medical professionals providing abortion care exist, and that patients call us already having decided that they may be seeking abortion care means that somehow we're coercing them into that decision, which I find offensive, honestly, and I think it's stigmatizing to patients when they are presented with information that wholeheartedly reinforces the fact that they must or should consider information beyond the risks, benefits, and realistic medical guidance that we provide associated with abortion care. So I'm speaking about mandating that we be directing patients to consider information about fetal development, the size of a fetus, the wording in this bill, the physical characteristics of a fetus, et cetera, et cetera. That information is publicly available already. Any patient who wanted to seek that information could find it publicly already and consider it. And we would be happy to provide references to those resources if that was the information a patient wanted. So I find it stigmatizing to imply that a patient is not informed when they come to our office unless they receive information that reflects information designed to reverse their decision or influence the reversal of a decision to have an abortion.
Right. Other questions for this witness? Yes. Representative Perez.
Thank you. I heard what Planned Parenthood does. What I'm trying to find out, if I am an 18-year-old girl who finds myself pregnant, and I go online to make an appointment, is it a medical professional that's going to call me back before my appointment and say, you know, these are your options? You can have a medical, you can have a non-medical, but there are other options out there if you decide to not have the abortion. Is that all done? And is it a medical professional that is giving me that information prior to me walking in the door?
Yes. So for the Lovering Health Center, patients do not make appointments online. They're always made directly in conversation with patients. They're not ever made in conversation with a second party, for instance, a parent, a partner, anyone else. So we have a process. We have a mandatory education session for every single patient receiving abortion care prior to their abortion. If a patient does not attend that or cannot attend that, that would be the only circumstance where we would provide same-day education and abortion care. Our protocol is that we have a 1 hour session dedicated for every single abortion patient that we require them to attend. by telehealth or in person, their choice, where they receive extensive education about options, an assessment with them about their readiness to make the decision that they're making. We confirm privately with them that they're not being coerced into making this decision by anybody or feeling coerced by us in any way. And then we provide all of the medical information about the procedure itself, the risks, the benefits, and at the end of that, there is a time frame. The appointment for the abortion is not that same day typically. So there is an opportunity for folks to reflect and change their mind. And we confirm that, and the language in the bill asks for it to be certified. And I would say that every single abortion patient that comes to our clinic has a signed, informed consent in their medical record that includes all of the elements that I just discussed, including coercion, including risk, benefits, and safety, and all of the elements of their procedure.
Are there other options as well?
Yes, the first line of our consent form explains you have the right to continue your pregnancy, and that if you choose to continue your pregnancy, options are parenting or adoption, etc. That language is in our consent form.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Horgan.
Thank you very much, and I hope I'm not asking you a question you can't answer, but I'm sure you're in contact with your colleagues at similar health centers nationwide. But one of the, back on the fourth page of the bill, they're going about geographically indexed materials, about the, the options. They specifically mentioned adoption agencies, but it should presumably include all the options. Do they include clinics such as yours, which do provide services throughout pregnancy? So you don't just provide a pregnancy, but you also provide services, for women who are carrying their pregnancies to terms. Or do you know if they've been included or excluded from the so-called geographically indexed material, which has presumably been made available in other states, because this exact same bill has been introduced and even passed in some other states. Even though the co-sponsor wasn't quite sure where it came from, it's clearly a model bill that came from somewhere and is being introduced nationwide. And thanks.
So my understanding is that this resource at the Department of Health and Human Services or on their website does not exist, and this is mandatory creation. This is mandating creation of that resource. And my reading of the language of the bill is that it does not require that we be included in that resource. I can't speak to what's happening in other states.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for this witness? All right, next I have Courtney Reed. I hope I'm, Courtney Reed, yes.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm here again today on behalf of the ACLU of New Hampshire to encourage committee members to oppose HB 562 and trust patients' decisions. HB 562, as we've heard in other testimony, would require all patients seeking abortions to wait 24 hours before any medical intervention. The proposed legislation also contains misinformation regarding medication abortion and shames patients by making assumptions about their decision-making capabilities. I'll start by noting that waiting periods prevent individuals from obtaining abortions. It adds an unnecessary barrier for patients for no reason based in science or medicine. Moreover, forcing patients to attend multiple appointments brings added costs beyond just an initial copay or the cost of an abortion. Patients will need to arrange to take extra time off work, potentially jeopardizing jobs they can't afford to lose, find additional childcare, and scrape together money for travel and lodging costs generated by the mandatory delay. And any difficulties in scheduling a second appointment may push an abortion out later into pregnancy. As such, mandated delays have demonstrated to increase medical risks. Many of the patients who don't manage to overcome obstacles imposed by mandatory delay laws are forced to seek later abortions. For example, a waiting period that was installed in Mississippi showed that the proportion of abortions performed after the first trimester increased by 39%. Medical groups like the ACOG stand in opposition to waiting periods for this reason. Moreover, mandatory delays disproportionately hurt minors. For many reasons, young people tend to have abortions later than adults. Many teenagers have irregular menstrual cycles and take longer to recognize the signs of pregnancy. We should not add another barrier to their ability to access abortion. Mandated delays demean pregnant individuals. Mandated delays for abortions imply that patients who are seeking this procedure or medication abortion should have done so without an adequate reflection and are incapable of making reasoned moral decisions regarding their health and their future. To be transparent, it's cruel to tell victims of rape or incest or those with fetuses incompatible with life that they need 24 hours to reconsider. There are no other regulations for other procedures like this mandatory waiting period. And I'll just finish by noting that a vast majority of granted staters support safe and legal abortion. 72% of polled granted staters identified as being pro-choice in 2022. And so as this polling makes clear, granted staters don't appreciate acts of government overreach and intervention into their private healthcare decisions. So I'd like to urge the committee to vote ITL on this bill. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I know the acoustics in this room are bad, but I was pretty certain I just heard recently that abortion providers typically do not provide same-day procedures, that they'll have an appointment and it might even be telehealth where they can go through and explain the procedures and all that kind of stuff, and then they'll have an appointment that would come in. So are they not then themselves a barrier to access to abortions, that the 24-hour waiting period is really already happening anyway, that you're not actually adding any additional time to what is already in place?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I don't want to speak on behalf of the medical community, but as I've said, associations like the ACOG have encouraged eliminating barriers to access to timely and safe abortions. And so I'll just leave with that remark.
All right, other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Yes, you stated 72% of individuals in New Hampshire are pro-choice. Can you just tell me where you got that, where you obtained that information from?
Yeah, that is from the St. Anselm polling.
Okay, it's my understanding that St. Anselm's polling was not if they were pro-choice, but if they were in favor of either pro-choice or in favor of our present Fetal Life Protection Act. So it's my understanding that it's not necessarily that they are pro-choice.
Could I respond to that? Oh, thanks. From my understanding, looking at the polling, there are several different prompts that the respondents answered, and I believe that's one of them, but I can send you what I was looking at. Thank you.
Other questions for this witness? All right. All right, I have one
Thank you.
additional card from Patty Mullen. Ms. Mullen? Patty Mullen. All right. It's all right. Oh, well, either one. Yeah, you can give it to that's fine. Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable committee members, and thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. My name is Patty Mullen. I'm a resident of Sunapee, New Hampshire.
Well, could I just ask, do you think you get a little bit closer to the mic?
I'm a
Thank you.
resident of Sunapee, New Hampshire. I moved from New York 40 years ago and never looked back. I love my state. I am here to oppose House Bill 562, and I will explain why. My mother had 4 daughters. My sister Deirdre, 18 months later, she gave birth to me, and 7 years later, she gave birth to my twin sisters. My father was an alcoholic and a wife abuser, and he was also a traveling salesman. 3 months after the twins were born, my mother discovered that my father married other women while he was traveling, And at their birth, he was a 3-time bigamist. At that point, the years after that, we found ourselves on welfare. We were homeless at one point and living in the projects. Mom remarried when I was 11. She married a New York City fireman, and he had a shield. In New York, firemen and policemen do not call their badges badges, they call them shields, and there is a reason for that. I do not say his name. I refer to him at all times as the evil one. He bought us a house and he moved the 5 of us into a home. All of my other family, aunts and uncles, thought what a wonderful man marrying my mother and taking on her 4 daughters. The 4 of us spent the rest of our childhoods being raped, beaten, mentally, spiritually, intellectually abused. Kelly was raped at 7. And on occasion, we would call the police, but he had a shield. And so we never had any safety. My sister Deirdre died from suicide this past July. She was a brilliant woman who raised 3 brilliant children. While she was raising them, she managed to go to Fordham University and get her MSW with a 4.0 average. Her children are Rhodes Scholars, Fulbright Scholars, London School of Business, but she is gone. She started having memory issues at 62. It turned out Deirdre had multiple traumatic brain injuries, and the dementia was rapid.
You're kind of over your time, and I
Okay, so I'm going to say that the reason why I lived in fear, when I found out I was pregnant at 16, I told my sister Deirdre I was 2 weeks late. When I was finally able to get an abortion in New York, it was before Roe v. Wade, I was 10 weeks pregnant. During that period, there is nobody in this room who could imagine the fear that I lived in, because that man would have beat me to death. And I am not exaggerating. The only reason I am here, the only reason I have a beautiful young woman, the only reason I have one sister left is because I had an abortion at 16. I had bodily autonomy, and it saved my life, literally. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
thank you, ma'am. Questions for this witness? Seeing none? All right, I don't have any other cards. Is there anyone else who, yes? Mr. Hennessey, I think you were not here when I called your name, but you can go ahead and testify.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I had to attend to some human needs, and I am really impressed by you guys who are able to stay here for so many hours. So my name is Jason Hennessey. I'm here to testify on behalf of New Hampshire Right to Life, New Hampshire's largest pro-life organization. And I'm here to testify in favor of HB 562. According to the Journal of, an article published in the Journal of American Physicians and Surgeons, it was found that nearly 3/4 of women with a history of abortion surveyed felt pressured to terminate their pregnancies. In that same survey, about 60% decided to abort in order to make others happy. So I have the question to ask to you guys here. If you're pro-choice, don't you want the mother to have all the information she needs to make her choice? That's all that this bill would do. This bill would give the mother information on services in case she doesn't know about them, that she could obtain. It would be based on the latest science and developed by our Department of Health and Human Services. And it would give patients access to the most possible info and give them a little bit of time to think about it before doing this. And I know that there are ministries out there that help women to heal from past abortions. There's many who regret it. And this would give people an opportunity to reflect on that. And that's my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. And yes, no, I know, Ms. Wood, I know you have a card in, and so please, we want to hear from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies for being out of the room at the time you called my name. My name is Phyllis Woods from Dover, and again, we're looking at one of those perennial bills that has been, to my knowledge, at least over the last 20 years that we have been trying to get through. But a lot has changed. We all see ads today on TV for drugs that after stating the benefits, they talk about a list of potential side effects and risks that make it seem very dangerous to take the drugs. If we really care about women, why would we want to deny someone facing an unplanned or unexpected pregnancy who is contemplating taking the chemical abortion pill full disclosure and information on the extent of the expected possible side effects of these drugs? Do we not want to empower women to make informed decisions by providing them with critical information and knowledge so they can make wise and prudent decisions regarding their pregnancy? Now, we know there are a lot of side effects of taking the abortion pill, the chemical abortion pill. And recently, 4 national medical associations and 4 doctors experiencing caring for pregnant and post-abortion women have filed a brief in federal court that pushes back on the Food and Drug Administration's arguments against withdrawing or suspending its approval of chemical abortion drugs that harm women and girls. By illegally approving dangerous chemical abortion drugs, the FDA put women and girls in harm's way. And these doctors represent those who are seeking to protect women from the documented dangers of chemical abortions. We know that we've heard several cases where there have been unintended consequences, not only physical, but even to death. We've heard of a 19-year-old in Canada who died of septic shock after. Thing is, we do have this abortion reversal pill. And if women could know about that, they could avail themselves. There have been documented 4,000 plus babies that have actually been born after one took the abortion reversal pill after taking the first pill. So there is a potential there for women to be able to change their mind. One of the women that I spoke to recently just left being on the abortion reversal pill hotline, where she's worked for several years and has talked to hundreds of women, thousands. And actually, just as some babies we've heard this morning do survive surgical abortion, there have been at least a couple of documented cases where after taking both the first and second chemical abortion pill, the babies did survive and went on to live healthy lives. So please support this bill and just give necessary and available information to women on what the potential side effects are of these drugs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this bill, House Bill 562?
Thank you. I'm Brian Lewis from Alexandria, speaking on my own behalf. An earlier speaker, one of the bill's sponsors, was asked if he knew of any other surgical procedures that required 24-hour informed consent, and he did not. And I gave the topic some thought, and I don't either. On the other hand, I don't know of any other surgical procedures that are intended to terminate life. Given that this is so radically different, I don't think that 24-hour advance consent is such an onerous thing. I support the bill.
All right, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Anyone else who wishes to testify?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Lynn. I'm Representative Robert Wary from Hudson.
I'm not a doctor or nurse, but I have 40 years in the pharmaceutical, biotech, and medical device industries. I have a master's in pharmaceutical quality from the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow, Scotland, as well as a master in regulatory affairs for pharmaceutical, biotechnology, and medical device industries from Northeastern University in Boston. I've overseen and worked with and audited multiple contract research organizations to understand whether these companies are meeting compliance requirements for informed consent. And that's the topic to which I wish to speak briefly today. Scores or hundreds of clinical trials are ongoing to study the safety and efficacy of pharmaceuticals, biological products, and medical devices. Almost all of these studies have an initial screening visit during which inclusion and exclusion criteria are explored, and typically the informed consent process is begun for those passing this screening step. The informed consent process is often repeated in subsequent visits as ongoing cumulative study data is updated and to confirm that the patient understands the current risk-benefit ratio. So I say all this to provide to the committee the fact that 24-hour informed consent has substantial precedent in hundreds and hundreds of clinical trials for decades, ever since the good clinical practices were implemented by the FDA and other agencies. So it has substantial precedent. That is the focus of my testimony today. Thank you.
All right. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 562? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill 562. And given the hour and the fact that some of my colleagues have wisely taken the lunch recess, and I'm going to do that myself now, but I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 591, prohibiting abortion after detection of fetal heartbeat. And I'm going to ask my colleague, Representative Wallace, if he will chair the hearing for the brief period of time that I'm going to be on. Thank you.
Representative Testament. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm not even sure what time it is anymore. I come to you with a bill, fairly simple, 591. Last year, there was a bill that got itself all bound up, got finally passed. It had to do with whether or not we needed a ultrasound in the case, to determine, is it 24 weeks, is it 24, whatever it needs. And it caused a lot of problems. And even today, in the last couple of days, you can hear some discussions on it that a ultrasound causes a lot of concern on some people's cases. I thought about it and during the off session, and I decided I was going to enter a bill that maybe would simplify things. And it basically says, if you can hear the heartbeat, that's enough. A person with a stethoscope that's got it wired. You don't need to worry about whether it's an ultrasound machine or whatever it is. So that's all this bill does, is say the same thing as the one previously had said, that if you want to have an abortion and you can't hear the heartbeat, go ahead. If you can hear the heartbeat, you have to have some other procedures. It's a fairly simple bill. There's all sorts of, it takes a page and a half to say what essentially I just said. Now, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Testament? Seeing none, thank you.
Good.
We now call Representative Sellers.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee members, for hearing me out again. Representative Sellers, Grafton 18. This is the heartbeat bill, and I did co-sponsor it. I do support it. You can take, right here, you can just put your hand on your heart. Just put your hand on your heart. If you're beating, you're physically alive. All right? And that's all I think this bill is saying, that that infant within the womb is physically alive. All right? And I use the word infant because, again, I said that yesterday. In Latin means infan, I-N-F-A-N, which means speechless or one that's not able to speak. And that's exactly what an infant is before it actually physically comes out of the woman. So it's still in the womb. It's an infant. You can call it anything you want, but I think we're just lying to ourselves. And you need to start realizing the deception that's been going on, and it's been going on for a lot of years, and it needs to stop. Now, like a lot of men around here that have wives, I can't tell my wife what to do, and if I do, she'll just look at me and walk away. Anyways, my point is, no woman wants to be told what to do, and I agree. As a guy, I don't want to be told what to do. We just went through a pandemic, and we were all told what to do. Wear a mask, don't wear a mask, go out, can't go out, shop, you can't go out. I don't think any one of us liked it. But society, we have to look at that when it comes to the woman and abortion and a fetal heartbeat. Just for an example, we don't really know the numbers of how many abortions we do in New Hampshire. But the estimate that I had gotten online, of course it's online, everything's online this day, is I'm assuming they're actually taking the numbers from other states and saying, dividing that by how many abortions they do, and looking at the number of people we have here in New Hampshire, and they're coming up with a number, which I said yesterday was about 2,200. 2,200 a year, let's just use that number for a second. 10 years, 22,000. 20 years, 44,000. And I'd say 44,000 plus, because by that time, they may be having children as well. We're destroying our next generation. We wonder why we don't have any students, or our student population is declining. Is this one of the reasons why? We have to ask ourselves, really, is it one of the reasons why our student population is declining? By allowing by allowing abortions beyond the fetal heartbeat, we're also destroying our next great leaders, our next great inventors, teachers, architects, statesmen, women, bus driver, plumber, office cleaner, business owner, barista, police, fire, EMT, mother, and father. I mean, think of it. The list goes on and on. We need to come to reality and realize that we got to stop doing this. And I think at a fetal heartbeat, when that baby's heart starts beating, it's more than alive at that point. It's actually formed. It's not a blob. It's not a fetus. It's not an embryo. It's actually, at that point, an infant. I wear on my collar here, right here, is the footprints, or the actual feet, not footprints. This is the actual feet of a 10-week-old baby, all right, at that point, 10 weeks. And I think you've all, or maybe you've all might have seen it. The actual, it's about the size of my thumb when it's about 10 weeks, the baby is. I think we all inherently know when life starts. I think sometimes we just want to fool ourselves. I would think the mother would gladly give up her choice to an abortion to protect her infant's life. Again, I support HB 591, and I hope that when this goes forward, the Senate and the governor would actually support it as well. And I just want to let you, I just want to say, for you all here, this committee, it starts with you guys, and it starts with all of us out here as well. But it starts with you, because you're the ones that will take the vote up and pass this on to the floor. And just think of it. It will be your names someplace will be etched in history, either yay or nay on this bill. So I hope that you would do the right thing and realize life begins at the heartbeat. And I'm going to read you one Bible verse, and then I'm finished. This is actually Psalms 139, 13, 60. It says, "For you, O God, created my inner being. You knit me together in my mother's womb. I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well your eyes saw my unformed body. Unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be." God knows who we are before we came to be. This is written almost 3,000 years ago. Are we going to believe the stuff we're hearing in the last couple hundred years or less? Are we going to believe something that's written 3,000 years ago? Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Tripp.
Thank you for taking my question.
Please speak up in the mic so I can hear. Thank you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Oh,
It's my ears. It's not you, it's me.
all right, sorry. Do you have any idea or when the fetal heartbeat first occurs?
Say that again, fetal heartbeat.
Do you have any idea of when a fetal heartbeat first occurs?
So my understanding, it is around 6 weeks. Somewhere it could be 6, 7, 8 weeks, maybe up to 10. Yes.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we thank you. We now call
thank you,
Chafee
committee.
Holmes. And up next would be Ruby Furbish. Neither one?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Ruby Furbish. I'm a high school senior from Plymouth, New Hampshire, and I'm president of a pro-life club called Voices for Life. I'm here today on behalf of Students for Life Action, where Gen Z and millennials like me engage in the politics of abortion and influence key elections to restrict and abolish abortion state by state. Together with its sister entity, Students for Life of America, we work to end abortion, the human rights issue of our time, and provide political, legal, and community support for women and their children, born and preborn. I come before this committee today as a woman of New Hampshire to urge you to support HB 591, a common sense bill that takes early action to protect preborn babies once a heartbeat is detected. In a life or death setting, a sign of life that true medical professionals look for is a heartbeat. Whether on the battlefield or in the emergency room, that standard applies. And yet, with such undeniable assurance that they are in fact alive, preborn children in New Hampshire face death daily. Our current model fails in that it allows the same people who would profit off of the death of a child in the womb to counsel a pregnant woman on whether she should get an abortion. In such a delicate moment, this allows for a predatory abortion industry to disregard her needs in favor of its own financial gains. This is a conflict of interest that serves a billion-dollar corporate entity and abandons women in a moment of need. A majority of women who have had abortions in the United States have said that they felt coerced into getting an abortion. More access to abortion is not what my generation demands. Students for Life Action's new polling found that less than 2 out of 10 millennials want unlimited abortion through all 9 months, and nearly half supported limits on abortion after a heartbeat is detected by a margin of 47 to 38%. Our poll also found that 6 in 10 supported requiring doctors to check for a heartbeat before committing an abortion. We've been collecting signatures on our digital petition in support for this life-saving legislation, and as a person who stands for life, I ask you today to support HB 591 because women deserve better than abortion, and the voiceless victim in every abortion deserves our protection. New Hampshire can and must do better to protect its women and children, born and unborn. I ask you to vote to protect the lives of all your constituents, including those in utero. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, we thank you. We now call Curtis Register. And up next will be Courtney Reed.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Curtis Register. I'm a Marine veteran, a resident of Durham, New Hampshire, and I speak for myself. Though I wear a Planned Parenthood shirt, they don't pay me, and I don't get snacks. I stand in steadfast, ardent opposition to HB 591. Now, I've been here for about a day and a half, and I've heard charged and passionate arguments for both sides of the issue. There's a lot of feelings that are spewing about on this very real and very complicated issue. Anger, sadness, and even righteousness. But I hope we can all agree that feelings and facts differ. And facts should drive decision making. And facts should drive legislation. And the fact is that doctors across the globe have consensus that abortion is a necessary medical procedure and that viability is a unique and moving target based on that individual pregnancy. World Health Organization, American Medical Association, New Hampshire Medical Society. And the fact is the majority of New Hampshire residents are in favor of abortion protections. Pew Research. The fact is that banning abortions does not save lives. It disproportionately devastates those without means and those people of color. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, World Health Organization, Planned Parenthood. You cannot claim to be both for individual liberty and against bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy is an essential form of individual liberty and freedom in general. The misinformation and callous propaganda that paints folks that have had an abortion and those that support abortion as cavalier with human life, or even that they find some manner of enjoyment in this very deeply personal decision, is malicious. These accusations or concerns are disingenuous propaganda and are wrong. Abortion has been protected, safe, and legal in this country for almost 50 years, and now it's gone. And your constituents are scared. There has been almost a universal, systemic, and aggressive attack on abortion rights across the country. And it continues with bills such as HB 591. At best, this bill is misguided and offensive. At worst, it is a naked attempt to control women via forced birth, which are 50% of the New Hampshire demographics, U.S. Census 2020. Protect individual liberty, protect bodily autonomy, protect freedom. Show your constituents that you support life, the lives of the residents that are here and struggling and needy and begging. Vote down HB 591. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Sure.
And thank your sidekick. Let's see. Courtney Reed, please. It's like to be the timekeeper, my dear.
Thank you, Representative Wallace. I've just passed around some materials relating to this bill as well as 562 for the committee to review. My apologies that I didn't hand that out earlier. Once again, I'm here on behalf of the American Civil Liberties Union to encourage the committee to oppose HB 591 and prevent obscene government overreach into Granite Staters' private healthcare decisions. HB 591 would prohibit abortions after any embryonic cardiac activity is detected, which is usually at around 6 weeks. Exemptions include medical procedures intended to prevent death or serious risk of substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function. For performing such an abortion outside of these extreme guidelines, a physician might be subject to loss of their medical license or fines of up to $3,000. HB 591 would ban almost all abortions in New Hampshire. This bill would prohibit abortions as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy, before most people even know they are pregnant or have a healthcare decision to make. With the existing barriers we face, this bill would amount to a near total ban on abortion for most people in New Hampshire. This legislation places both medical providers and their patients at risk, because when there is no clear universal definition of the point at which a pregnant person's life becomes endangered, even when a physician is certain that an abortion or another medical intervention which might pose a threat to pregnancy is in the best interest of the patient, the risk of prosecution will incentivize them waiting to act until the patient's symptoms become demonstrably life-threatening. The threat of a professional discipline directly conflicts with a doctor's ability to effectively treat a patient needing medical care. The vast majority of Granite Staters support safe and legal abortion. So I'd like to conclude by noting that the New Hampshire legislature should rather focus on the pressing health needs of Granite Staters. Recent data has shown that New Hampshire ranks last out of its New England counterparts in the overall quality of health care, measured through cost, accessibility, and health outcomes. Further research indicates that if abortion was banned nationwide, the overall number of maternal deaths would rise by 24%. Legislators should recognize the devastating impact of abortion bans on health outcomes and vote inexpedient to legislate on this bill. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We now call Sandra Denoncourt. And then up next will be Marianne Allegro. Marianne, you're second, just so you're in the queue. Thank you.
Hi, thank you again. So for the record, again, I'm Sandra Denoncourt. I'm a registered nurse and the executive director at the Lovering Health Center in Greenland. I'll keep my testimony very short. I did submit it in writing out in the lobby. We have 42 years of experience providing high quality health care that includes abortion care. House Bill 591 is extreme and is out of touch with the majority of Granite Staters. House Bill 591 introduces a near total abortion ban, presents significant legal questions about the ability of medical providers to care for pregnant patients without being in violation of the law. We implore you to respect the rights to bodily autonomy, the right to private medical decision-making, and the professional judgment of doctors caring for New Hampshire citizens. And I will add that there are significant reasons why abortions are not provided before 6 weeks. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and I will say there are important reasons why this becomes a near total abortion ban. While we do receive phone calls from people who are earlier gestation than 6 weeks by estimation, there are important reasons why we don't provide abortion services before 6 weeks. And one is because it's medically necessary for us to rule out the possibility of ectopic pregnancy, which if treated as an intrauterine pregnancy or pregnancy in the uterus could be very dangerous. And so if we're talking about the detection of fetal heartbeat around 6 weeks, and we're talking about the medical necessity to wait until 6 weeks to preserve life and the safety of our patients, then we are talking about a near total abortion ban, which I know most citizens in our state are not in favor of. Thank you.
Any questions with this witness? No, seeing none, thank you. And we now call Marianne Allegro. And up next will be Omar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. A little nervous. Marian Allegro. I'm a career cell and molecular biologist from Campton, New Hampshire. I thought I was coming here to represent a lot of people at home, but after hearing all of this testimony today, I feel like I'm here to represent cells. I'd like to ask everyone in the room to please answer questions silently to themselves. Why do we insist on closing the East Coast beaches during piping plover and sea turtle nesting and gestation season? After all, we're only talking about disturbing a bunch of eggs on or under the sand. What's so precious about that? No doubt some of you are thinking that's a silly question. If we destroy all the eggs on our beaches, there'll be no more piping plovers or sea turtles. And it's our responsibility to protect them, and you would be right. As a scientist, I would like to tell you something about the bunches of eggs on or under our East Coast beaches. Each egg contains a bunch of cells. Each started with only 2 cells, an egg and a sperm. The little bunches of cells in each of these eggs are very busy during gestation, miraculously dividing and migrating and joining and signaling and separating and joining again. And eventually they develop into beautiful little creatures that we call piping plovers and sea turtles. As a mother, I'm here now to implore you, this committee, to wholeheartedly support House Bill HB 591-FN, as well as the other pro-life bills today. By supporting these legislation, New Hampshire can help to protect the beautiful and miraculous bunches of cells who, beginning with just 2, an egg and a sperm, grow, divide, communicate, join, rejoin, and develop in their mother's wombs into our precious little boys and girls. After all, it's our responsibility to protect them too. I will quote a little here. The Lord spoke to the prophet Jeremiah in Jeremiah book 1, again, thousands of years old, and he said, "Before I formed thee in the bowels of thy mother, I knew thee, and before thou camest out of the womb, I sanctified thee." Our precious children are specific gifts from God, not random cell clusters. Please don't make New Hampshire a die before you get a chance to live state. Please support these pro-life bills. Thank you very much for your time.
Omar Ahern, please. And then will be Kayla Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. Again, my name is Omar Ahern Jr. from Wentworth, Grafton County, New Hampshire, and I think you've got a pretty good idea of where I stand on all of these bills. I live and operate in the real world, the world of reality. I deal with people in all situations in life. The reality that we are in today in our great United States of America is that we are still deciding what is to happen to real, viable, living infants, human beings. Again, life begins at conception and it ends at natural death. I'm echoing some of the things that Representative Sellers said and Mrs. Allegro just said. I urge you to support House Bill 591 FN. I support it because it is to protect life at its very vulnerable position in its life, in its growing. So Again, I ask you to support House Bill 591-FN because it gets the great state of New Hampshire that much closer to the true and honest reality that human life begins at conception and ends at natural death. Please support HB 591-FN as ought to pass. Thank you very much. Questions?
Any questions for Omar? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all your work, folks.
Kayla Montgomery?
Good afternoon again, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kayla Montgomery, representing Planned Parenthood. Speak a little closer.
There you go.
I recognize it's been a long 2 days. And on behalf of Planned Parenthood, I just want to say thank you all. Everyone here has felt seen and heard with their testimony today and yesterday, and we really appreciate it. In regards to House Bill 591, we oppose this bill because it is a near total ban on abortion. When I say near total, I mean because it bans abortion around 6 weeks of pregnancy, which is before many people even know that they are pregnant. So it removes someone's ability to make a decision about their pregnancy before they even know that they have a decision to make. This bill has been before this committee many, many times before. I have testified in opposition before this committee many, many times before. What is different today, of course, is that this bill is no longer unconstitutional. But what is not different today is that this bill is still deeply, deeply unpopular and is bad public policy, and you should oppose this bill. Thank you.
Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Danielle Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman or Mr. Vice Chairman and members of the committee. I also want to thank you so much for allowing all of us to give testimony over these past 2 days. I know it's been a long 2 days, so thank you for your endurance and your consideration. My name is Danielle Pimentel, and I work with Americans United for Life, and I urge your support of HB 591 for 3 reasons. And first, the bill protects the health and safety of pregnant women and preborn children, which is a legitimate interest for New Hampshire. In the Dobbs decision, the Supreme Court stated that states have a legitimate interest in preserving prenatal life, protecting maternal health and safety, and mitigating fetal pain. However, New Hampshire allows abortions up to 24 weeks gestation, and as we all know, there has been legislation put forth to allow abortion on demand up until birth, which subjects women and children to unborn children to threatening health risks and possibly death. And these include for the women, blood clots, hemorrhages, incomplete abortions, damage to internal organs, etc. And for preborn children, scientists have found evidence of unborn children feeling pain as early as 12 weeks gestation. So by enacting this bill, the legislature is protecting unborn children while also greatly reducing the risks women face when seeking an abortion. And as I said before, that is in New Hampshire's legitimate interest to do so. The second thing I want to mention is that the common narrative that we often hear is that abortion access is necessary for women's health and for their equality in American society, and that's simply not true. The data shows that the rate of abortions the current rate is nearly half of what it was in the late 1980s after Roe v. Wade was decided. So the evidence of that is showing that women are increasingly rejecting abortion. They're recognizing the humanity of their unborn children, and they are taking advantage of the resources that are available to them to either carry their baby and to term or give up their baby for adoption. Pregnancy resource centers also play a major part in empowering women and giving them the resources that they need to choose life. And in New Hampshire, there are many wonderful pregnancy resource centers that stand ready to assist women if this bill is passed. And these pregnancy resource centers offer free resources, counseling, and material support. Ultimately, women deserve better than abortion. They deserve better than to be subjected to abortion procedures that threaten their lives, that threaten their bodies, all of that. And this bill recognizes that by enacting limits that will protect women as well as promote maternal health and fetal life. The last thing I want to mention is we heard testimony that this is not a popular thing, this kind of legislation. That's not true either. After the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey, there are many states that have enacted strong pro-life limits, stronger than a heartbeat bill. There are at least 18 states that have enacted or laws in which they ban abortion at any gestational age, so from conception. And there are at least 3 other states that do have bills which ban abortion after a heartbeat is detected, a fetal heartbeat is detected. And so New Hampshire would be joining these states and affirming their legitimate interest to protect the state's most vulnerable citizens. And for these reasons, I urge the committee to support HB 5191, and I thank you again so much for allowing me to testify here these past 2 days.
Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, we thank you.
Thank you very much.
We now call Patty Mullen.
Good
Hello again.
afternoon. I'm not going to put you through the story again. You've heard it 2 days in a row. You know that my life was horrible. And I'm here to strongly oppose HB 591. My abortion saved my life. I found out I was pregnant at 8 weeks and scheduled an abortion. My sister Deirdre, who is no longer with us, took me to get it. I had to wait an additional 2 weeks after I had the urine test. So by then I was 10 weeks pregnant. My sister tried to protect us. She saved my life when I was 16. When we found out I was pregnant, Deirdre said to me, "Jesus Christ, Patty, if he finds out you're pregnant, he's going to beat you to death." I've heard a lot of talk the last 2 days about bodily autonomy and freedom and protection of the unborn. Nobody was protecting me at 16. That abortion kept me from being literally beaten to death. And since you've all heard this story, you know that it's true. To take away my bodily autonomy, to take away my daughter's reproductive rights, to take away our freedom is horrific. I never experienced bodily autonomy until I was 16. I didn't know about freedom. And so as you're all here considering the fetal heartbeat, think about my heartbeat at 16. Think about my heartbeat, terrified that I would be beaten to death. Think about my heartbeat today with a daughter. Think about my heartbeat with my dead sister who died from his beatings. Do not think that everybody has the same story. We don't run off to clinics to have abortions. It is a horrible, difficult decision, but it saved my life. And I urge you so strongly, as does the majority of this country, to not pass or even consider this bill. This bill will not save lives. This bill will destroy lives. It will kill women, and it will be an ultimate disaster. You will be seeing hangers used again. I oppose this bill, and I thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you. We'll now call Kathy Holmes. You're up.
Hello, Kathy Holmes. And we all agree we're talking about life, unborn life. This committee also handles the gun bills. Well, imagine what talking points the left would have if they could say 63 million babies have been killed by guns. Now, I think how lopsided the left's energies are being spent. They ignore the science of today, and they're stuck 50 years ago when we really didn't know, but now we do. And in all this conversation, I have to ask, why aren't we hearing about the women's, each person's responsibility for their own body and the choices they make? Like my husband says, pro-choice before the act, not the fact. There is no weight put on how you got in that position. You know what could happen, and then now the problems, the consequences are put on us to feel guilty for the consequences, and I know girls are misled. Well, so that's another problem, but that's not what we're talking about right now. I think that covers it.
Any questions? Seeing none, we thank you. Jason Hennessey.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. My name is Jason Hennessey, as you've probably heard a few times over the last 2 days. President of New Hampshire Right to Life, and I'm here to represent the pro-life constituents of New Hampshire. We support HB 591. We all support, I mean, most people support bodily autonomy across New Hampshire. We're the live free or die state. But the question here is there a second person? And we have many laws that involve when your autonomy comes in contact with somebody else's autonomy. And that's what we're here to talk about. The second person, this unborn child. This unborn child cannot scream for help, cannot run away, and cannot hit back. So who is more innocent than that? Who is more worthy of our protection as a society? So the question is, who is a person? And what rights do people deserve? So that's the question that we need to struggle with here, is who is for an unborn child, what rights do they deserve? Many of the center of our the greatest atrocities that we can think of, just even in the last century, center around who is a person and what rights did they get, or what rights were they deprived of. From a practical perspective, New Hampshire is lacking children. We're one of the oldest states in the country, if not the oldest. You know, imagine the children that we need to just even to function. Our school enrollments are shrinking. Who are going to be our next generation of leaders? You know, some of the thousands of children that lose their lives to abortion every year, those could have been some of our greatest leaders. And there's many supports for women who find themselves with an unplanned pregnancy. We have New Hampshire's safe haven law, which means nobody is required to raise a child that you didn't sign up to do. Anybody can drop off their child within the first 7 days of life, no questions asked. We also have at least 15 pregnancy centers who stand by with counseling, parenting classes, mentors, and tangible helps like strollers and diapers. And they're there to come alongside and to provide help. And they do it, as far as I know, completely free of charge. I ask you to support HB 591. Thank you.
Any questions for this witness? Representative Horgan.
This is more of a would you believe about a very small point, but I'll get a question out there too. You mentioned we are the second oldest state in the country. Our average age is 43.1. We're right ahead of Vermont, 43. We're ahead of Maine, 45.0. But I don't. And I was doing another bill about it. But do you feel is that like you feel we maybe need more of a solution than just like forcing women to give birth to babies they don't want to go to? So do you think this bill will be helpful or harmful or helpful for trying to get women of childbearing age to move here instead of to some other state?
Thank you for your question, Representative. One response I'll have is that the states that have probably the most children per capita are also the states that have very strong pro-life laws.
Any further questions for this witness? Seeing none, we thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more pink cards. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak to House Bill 591 FN? Thank you. Go ahead, Josie.
All right. As others before me have said, thank you all so much for your commitment to hearing us all these last few days. Really appreciate the spirit you've all brought. All right. So, good afternoon. I'm testifying in strong opposition today against HB 591. I hope that it's clear that this ban would be a near total abortion ban if passed. At 6 weeks gestation, many pregnant people don't even know that they're pregnant yet. This bill would absolutely force the majority, if not all patients, to travel out of state for care. That would put an incredible strain on the organization that I run as we help these patients pay for all kinds of increased costs, such as travel, hotel rooms, in addition to the abortion itself. Since the fall of Roe, nearly half of our country has already banned the right to abortion, leaving patients with no other option but to travel incredibly far distances to receive care. For some, the hurdles of getting care are now too high. Since June, my organization has had to help patients from 26 other states access care, and I truly cannot imagine the consequences for abortion seekers if abortion funds did not exist. We've heard tragic stories of 12-year-olds being denied care, people facing medical bills upwards of $15,000, being denied insurance coverage, just really tough situations that no one deserves to find themselves in. I believe that no one should be forced to carry a pregnancy to term against their will, as it can come with extreme medical consequences, as we've heard from others testifying earlier today. Right now, the states where abortion is legal are holding a lot as they work to accommodate increased needs from those traveling from other states to access care. If New Hampshire is to also become one of the states that bans abortion care, it will put an unfair increased burden on the states surrounding us that have already affirmed abortion rights. This bill, as proposed, is extreme and out of touch with the majority of Granite Staters who support access to abortion. We cannot let this extreme bill pass. I urge you all to vote against HB 591. Thank you.
Are there any questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. Are abortions after 15 weeks? Do you have to send them out of state?
Not 15 weeks because the current law goes to 24 weeks.
No. But are they actually performed here in New Hampshire?
Yes, we typically send patients to Dartmouth Hospital, but often they do go to Boston. So it depends which is closer to the patient.
Thank you.
Any further questions for this witness?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We now call Clarissa Wankel.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I wasn't sure if I was going to, but my name's Clarissa Wankel, and I'm a first-year MSW student at the University of New Hampshire, and I'm a crisis counselor for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Suicide among women of reproductive age is high. It's the second leading cause of death among women ages 20 to 24 in the
Could
US.
I just ask you, ma'am, could you just get a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you? Thank you.
Yep. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among women ages 20 to 24, and it's the third leading cause of death among women ages 25 to 34. When researchers at UPenn analyzed the data, they found a significant increase in suicide deaths in states where access to abortion was restricted by law, which translates to roughly 125 more suicides per year amongst this population. As a crisis counselor, I heal calls from across the nation, and I have noticed the increase in callers who feel like they have no choice but to kill themselves because they do not have access to abortion. If they fear that they can't get an abortion, their lives will be ruined. I've spoken to women experiencing domestic violence who are worried their partner will kill them or their child once they are born. I've spoken to young women who do not have the financial resources or family support to raise a child. And I have heard from women who have been sexually assaulted and don't know how to continue on with the trauma of being forced to carry a child to term. What I am asking is that you protect the mental health of young women by striking down this bill. Thank you.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next bill. But these are all 591 too, aren't they? Oh, these ones you already went through. Oh, I'm sorry. So is there anyone else wishing to testify on House Bill 591? Great. Oh, my God. All right, seeing none, we are going to recess now, and we will take up the last bill we have for hearing, House Bill 652 at 3 p.m. So we're in recess until 3 p.m.
suitcases are those? Good.
All right, it's 3 p.m. um, And I'm going to call the House Judiciary Committee back to order for the purpose of hearing House Bill 652 FN. And I would call on the prime sponsor, Representative Catherine Prudhomme O'Brien. Representative O'Brien.
Thank you very much. And now for a completely different topic, right? Okay, so the reason that I thought this legislation was needed was a specific situation that happened in my community that happens in other communities, and I wanted to work to fix that. I had a situation, I should begin with, I am a former library trustee. I spent 2 terms as a library trustee, and we had a situation where an event was planned at the library. It was controversial. I made a comment such as, did the trustees talk about this? They should have talked about it, and then the public would have more information. And I guess that made some people unhappy that I thought the trustees and the community and the library director should discuss the matter. The library director, she was quite new. She made the decision to create an event on her own. And there was just a lot of confusion and a lot of conversation in the community over it. I have a friend, and she's here today. She was a library trustee at that library at the time, and she didn't have information about it and was getting constituent contacts about it. The library stopped answering their phone, and we both went over there to find out what was happening. I went because my friend had surgery and couldn't get in the building because it's not ADA compliant. She had knee surgery and couldn't get up the steps without someone behind her to help. We walked into the library, and the first thing that the library director said to us before we said anything was, "I have made the decision to cancel the event." I said, okay, that's good to know. And then we talked about the event a little bit. And any person, and most libraries in this state have a policy that any person in the community is welcome to come in and talk to the library personnel, the director, about issues they care about and have concerns about. If that's the case for any person in the community, it's certainly the case for a library trustee. I think this should go without saying. Well, there was a person on the town council who disagreed with that. And he went to the next library trustee meeting where the library director said right at that meeting that she had made the decision to cancel the event on her own. That was her decision. She was concerned about safety. And he knew that. But then at the next town council meeting, they went into non-public session, and my guess is that he may have misrepresented what the library director said, or didn't tell the other counselors that that's what happened. They voted to open an investigation and hire a law firm to spend taxpayer money to do an investigation about any labor laws being violated. I was out of state on a family emergency when I got a phone call about that from the law firm. And I said to the man at the law firm, just go watch the town council meeting where I try to explain things, because it seemed like there was some intentional misinterpretation of what I was saying, which was not very much really. And I was saying the same thing over again to the library trustees when they had an interest in it, and I went to that meeting as well, and I was saying the exact same story over and over again. So I said, just go get the minutes from the library trustee, go watch the video from the town council meeting. There were no labor law violations. Anyone can talk to library directors about that, the events that they plan at the library. So I knew that nothing would come of this. I spent time on the on the Labor Commission prior to my time on the Election Law Commission where I serve now. And before that, I was working in industry. I think from the last time I talked, I told you I was a machinist and I had worked in industry. So I couldn't see anything coming from this, and nothing did come of it. A few months later, I was thinking about, well, how much did that cost? And I did a 91A request of the information from our town administrator, and it was about $5,500. One thing he mentioned to me, which I didn't sit well with me, I'll say, because it seemed to be a message. He told me what the cost of the legal investigation was, but then he added that it cost the town $1,500 to comply with the 91A request that I made to find out how much this cost the town. So in total, about $5,500. And that, I would say that was something that could have been stopped immediately if they had said, we are investigating the library trustee. And the library trustee could have come to that meeting and said, and reminded the person who maybe had the wrong idea, that's a generous way to phrase it, maybe reminded that man that the library director canceled the program on her own. And maybe the other town council members did not have that information because they're busy. They can't go to every meeting in town. And I don't think that any of the other ones were at or maybe one was at the library trustee meeting where that was said, where the director said, I have chosen to cancel the event on my own. She was not bullied. She was not forced. There were no labor law violations. Okay. So that could have stopped at that point, and we wouldn't have had to waste the town funds, taxpayer funds on that. And I think it's fair that someone have the opportunity to be there and say such important factual things if they are going to be investigated. And I have some other things. Well, you did get this paperwork, but I will read it for you as well. The current 91A law does not include a requirement to notify a person who will be discussed during a non-public session. A 48-hour notification requirement allows time for the notification to be delivered to the person so that they could decide to waive their right to attend with or without counsel, or have the issue go to public meeting. By denying a person's right to attend a non-public session when they will be the subject of discussion, it does not live up to the purpose of the 91A law giving transparency to the person being discussed, especially when minutes are sealed. It gives a clear law to boards and committees that they must follow during their non-public procedures. This bill is fair, necessary, and reasonable for the municipalities, and more importantly, the person being discussed in non-public sessions and their right to know. Costs would be minimal or may save the taxpayer money if the result of a non-public meeting didn't result in unnecessary investigations. Non-public meetings may or may not take longer to end, but the benefit is to the persons who are notified to attend under the addition of the 91A law. This law would not affect emergencies because administrators have the authority to make immediate decisions during an emergency in between board meetings. I ask you move okay, so there's that. So if that had been the situation in our community, that would have saved money. There may be some talk that, you may hear some other talk that this will cost money. It's a notification. It's a stamp. It's a half hour of work maybe for an administrative assistant. The costs are not too much. Okay? And I'll answer any questions if I can.
All right. Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Just a little clarification on the language in the bill that says that the person whose reputation may be adversely affected shall be notified in writing at least 48 hours prior to the non-public session, provided that notifications may be waived upon written agreement of the parties. And I'm wondering, how do you waive, who's waiving the notification, and where's this written agreement of the parties, which parties? That's just a little bit confusing to me, and it may just be post testimony syndrome.
Okay, I think that would apply to the person who receives the letter, that they, if they wanted to waive it, they could just write in saying, I waived my, I don't care to attend.
Other questions for this witness? Representative Horton.
Maybe I'll have to go back and see the YouTube stream because I think I missed the first couple of minutes of your testimony. But what was the nature of this event at the library? And what was this whole underlying controversy about, if that's a fair question?
I'm sorry, I sometimes have a hard time hearing.
What was the whole underlying controversy about, and what was the event in question?
The controversy is actually quite secondary to this issue, but it was pretty much the only controversy that you hear about with libraries recently, and that would be drag performer story times, and that was controversial in my community.
Other questions for this witness?
I could see potentially if there was a drag queen story hour that both the drag queens and whoever objected to drag queens could both feel. Well, okay, maybe that's not fair. But what do you do in a situation where both parties in the dispute feel that their reputations are being sullied? Because
there was only one person that was, well, two people, that would be the library trustee and myself, that would have been discussed during non-public session, I assume, because we were the only ones that got the phone calls asking us for information about it, I presume. But sure, I suppose, but they have the right to speak publicly on that and discuss it if they want to, but they were not investigated by the town council.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Turner.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks again for presenting. I guess I'm wondering, rather than just the notification requirement, which is sort of what I think you had focused on, I guess one of the questions I have is the concept of bringing in counsel to represent the individual in what I understand, and again, excuse me for not knowing everything about how non-public session works, deliberation of a board, you know, for their own decision-making process, rather than sort of what I wonder might seem more like, you know, a trial.
Sure, it's not a trial, but I recall the first time that I was ever asked to be on national television. I was nervous, and I asked someone who was a lawyer to come with me. It just made me more comfortable to be able to look at them, to communicate with them, to ask questions if necessary as the process unfolded. And that may be the same for someone else who, even though this is not being interviewed in the media, this may be something that makes them, it would make them much more comfortable to have legal counsel there.
Can I ask one quick follow-up?
Yes.
Do you get the sense that that would perhaps necessitate the town to then bring in their town council, but in order to be on even footing if there's going to be sort of a legal component?
Some town councilors may interpret it that way, and that's for them to interpret. That's for them.
Other questions for this witness? So I guess I have a question.
Okay.
I'm concerned. So suppose that this is the situation, that the Board of Selectmen is planning to hold a meeting tonight. Let's just say, hypothetically, the Board of Selectmen is holding a meeting tonight. Someone in the planning department wants to come in to the Board of Selectmen because that person is concerned that his boss or her boss, the head of the planning department, has been stealing money from the town. And the board wants to go into executive session to get some information about that. You would seem to be saying that the board would have to notify what arguably would be the target of the investigation that the person is being investigated. Is that, because I could see a lot of problems with doing that.
I think if you're the target of such investigation, you either know it or you want to defend that that's not the case. There are two options to that. It's either true and you're aware of it, or you're being falsely charged with that and you would like to say something about that. You may have more information to add at that time that you would like to do.
Well,
So-
sure, but I mean, and certainly I would agree with you at some point. I mean, if the person is going to be charged or going to be fired or something like that, sure, that person, I agree, would. But this seems to say anytime. So that would mean that you could have to disclose information that would allow the target, in my hypothetical, to do something to cover up or whatever, or, that, so why would that make sense?
I haven't been involved in a lot of those sorts of situations, but just a few. And when that was the case, the target of that investigation knew. And knew because in a small environment, they know. And it was either I don't recall what the outcome was because I left that board, but it was either true or not true. And I think that people have a right to say something about it.
Okay, so let me just give, because I'm very concerned about this. So let's suppose in my hypothetical, the planning board employee goes to the selectmen's meeting and says, tomorrow night, I have information that the director of the planning department is going to meet with developer X, and developer X is going to give the director of the planning department $50,000 in the hopes that the planning department will approve the development that this developer has before the planning department. What do I do, Mr. Selectman, about this? Under your bill, you would say that they could not have that meeting in private. They'd have to notify the planning director. By the way, there's going to be claim that you're getting a bribe tomorrow night. Obviously, that's the end of any evidence of that happening. So how does that's what concerns me.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Perez. So, I'm sorry, can you turn up your, thank you.
Sorry. To clarify, I do not believe that that situation would happen in the fact that I know it's not part of the process. I know in my town, any complaint like that needs to first go to the town manager, and then the town manager, once verified or investigated or whatever he would do, would then bring it to the town council. So I think a step is missing in trying to do that, so that I don't think that type of thing would happen under these circumstances. I think that's the same process that you have in your town with the town manager. So
That is not something that I have a tremendous amount of experience with. So I
guess that.
but thank you for the question.
I guess the thing that I'm concerned about is this seems to say that there can be no, if you're going to be talking about something that adversely affects someone, under all circumstances, you have to let the person know. And it just seems to me that that's awfully broad, because I can imagine a number of circumstances in which it would be appropriate for boards of various kinds to be talking about something that would adversely affect someone, that if you told that person about it, it would undermine important objectives that, that the board could pursue.
Okay. One of the things that also happened in this case was at the town council meeting when I explained my side of the story, and when it was quite controversial, was I explained my side of the story, and after that, the town councilor said that he was going to be exploring legal ways that the town could address the issue. And I just thought, I don't know what he's talking about. What issue? There's nothing that would need any legal work to address. And I didn't think much of it beyond that until I got the phone call from the legal firm investigating.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'm going to call on Lorraine Lindenberg. Right? It's Lindenberg?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Lorraine Lindenberg from Derry. I'm also a member of Right to Know New Hampshire, and I am in support of HB 652 FN, I believe. The purpose of the 91A law is to provide transparency in our government to the people of New Hampshire. The current 91A law has no mandatory requirement for notifying an individual within a period of time of the person who's going to be discussed in a non-public session. The 48-hour required notification would allow the individual or employee enough time to decide if they want to attend with or without counsel, waive their right to attend, or have their discussion in open public session. If the public body does not notify an individual or gives a little time to attend and prepare, it denies that individual their right to attend, to hear what's being discussed about them, and to advocate for themselves. I was not notified to attend a non-public meeting where I was the subject of discussion and the reputation of an employee was falsely used, even though the employee was never the subject of the discussion. The employee was not notified either. Counselors only needed a simple majority to do a town investigation against me. If I had had the right to attend that meeting, or the employee had been notified to attend, that town investigation would never have been approved. And the waste of almost $6,000 of taxpayer money would never have been spent. Because there is no law requiring boards and committees to notify people who will be the topic of discussion during public meetings, my town, and I'm sure other towns, villages, and cities, have not notified individuals who are subject of the non-public meetings. Non-public meetings may take a little longer, but isn't it worth the time if a person being discussed has the right to attend, hear what's being said about them, decisions that are being made about them, and be able to advocate for themselves? The cost to municipalities would be minimal, but the benefit to the public would be enormous. If this bill is passed into law, it might even save the taxpayers money, like it would have in my case, that cost the taxpayers almost $6,000 for a town investigation that should never have happened and wouldn't have happened had I been there to advocate for myself. HB 652 is fair, necessary, and reasonable to the people of New Hampshire for transparency in their government. HB 652, if passed into law, will provide a clear law to our public bodies and committees pertaining to the notification requirements, and it will protect the public's right to hear what is being discussed about them behind closed doors, and they can advocate for themselves. I ask you to move HB 652 FN to the full House and recommend ought to pass.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Smith.
Thank you very much for your testimony. It was quite clear. There's just one little question I have. Are you here speaking for yourself or for the right to know?
I can't hear you.
Are you here speaking for yourself or for right to know?
I am speaking for myself as a victim of not being notified.
Thank you very much. Your testimony was very clear.
Thank you so much.
Other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative DiLorenzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
I can't hear.
Ms. Lindenberg. Oh, hi, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Ms. Lindenberg. So in what capacity were you?
I still can't hear you.
In what capacity were you involved with the town of Derry? Were you an employee or was it as a citizen?
I was a library trustee at the time.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next call on Phil Giro.
Thank you for hearing me. I was prevented from attending a closed session. Matter of fact, I was arrested and prevented. Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
That's it, thank you.
Okay. So I was arrested and prevented from attending a closed session. And I was told by the chief of police, this is small town politics. Okay? And after that happened, I spent 2 years in the law library, the New Hampshire Supreme Court Law Library, studying law, reading Supreme Court rulings. I found a lot of good wisdom in those things. And in that time, I also sat there and I was able to hear Justice Joseph Nato when he came back from Iraq, helping them write the Constitution. And his remarks there was, the people in Iraq look at judges as saints because they are the only thing between an oppressive government and the people. And Justin Dugan sat there with his head proud. And they do deserve that proudness. I do say the same thing for lawmakers. I mean, we're not as extreme as Iraq where the person has a chance of being killed if they oppose the dictator. But you are spending a lot of your time. You listen to a lot of these testimonies. I've sat here with you myself the last couple days. I mean, there's a lot of issues here that affects us. So with that, I want, that's why I complimented you, Justin Lynn. And I'd like to answer your question also, because it was a good point. In my testimony, Supri versus Bolduc, the courts had clearly stated that the ZBA, or the Zoning Board of Adjustments, is acting a quasi-judicial role. So in that particular case, as you were presenting, Your Honor, that if a person suspects somebody of accepting a bribe, well, they should be contacting law enforcement so they can investigate and catch the person. Number two, if they have evidence that this has happened, well, then they should be writing a form, submitting it to the person, which is regular judicial procedures. Then they can present that complaint to the person, and then both parties can come to the meeting. That's why you would want notice, so now he can defend himself. So I hope that it kind of answers your question, because you're kind of running into the quasi-judicial area on which procedural rules you should be following in those cases. The other thing is I'd like to say is the people, or I've been told by representatives that this statute doesn't need to be clear or clarified. It's very straightforward. While if you believe that the Supreme Court rulings are based on facts and wisdom, well, then I suggest you read Vogel versus Town of Bridgewater, because right in there, just before after Johnson versus Nash was decided, they did turn around and say, up to that point, it was unclear among the municipalities. And at this point, Section C still has the same wordings. Now, I'd also like to say, I've stood in the courts, and I've asked for meetings, those meeting minutes, that was about me. And they told the courts, because the town told me, oh, well, we're unprepared. We don't know if they're prepared. Now, that raises a question. Why didn't they know they were prepared? And I raised that question in the courts. Okay? Now, the attorney himself turned around and he said, well, no, we found them now. Here you go, Your Honor, but we request the court to seal them. And now I'm saying by doing this, it's making clear that we have a right to attend to defend ourselves. Because you don't know how it feels to be in a court after reading the Supreme Court rulings and now being forced to basically defend yourself against a grand jury indictment that you can't even read. And then you're being requested by the Supreme Court to turn around and take these courts, these meeting minutes that you cannot see because they're sealed, and you're supposed to submit them. Who wants to submit a grand jury indictment they cannot see to a court so they can decide a case that you can't not defend yourself against? Because this is what happened, and I quoted the docket number if you want to look it up. Because during that time, okay, I'll calm down. During that time, for me to see, supposedly, I found them in their public records after I went to the town hall with a tape recorder and said, well, you keep telling me records are available for me for inspection. Well, I want to see them. And at that point, they allowed me to see them. I looked through them. That's when I found the records. And I asked the court then, what am I supposed to do with these records? They're supposed to be so dangerous for me to see. No, no answer. I'm not dishing the courts. I feel they're just trying to go along with the Superior Court ruling. But this is the issues that you were presented here. That you're basically standing here. The court seems to be unclear on whose reputation, because when I raised the question of, well, I'm the person here that the meeting was about, I asked for the meeting minutes. Isn't that equivalent to asking for this to be open? And their answer was, no, because we have to protect the people testifying. Okay, so the person testifying, accusing you of wrongdoing, has more rights than the person being accused? And this is why I think it should be clarified.
All right.
And on top of that, I'd also like to say that it also helps law enforcement. I've taken a lot of time in basically putting my feelings aside on this, because if you read my last page on my testimony, you'll know what I went through. You don't know how it is to be three weeks in your jails on solitary confinement, not eating, just drinking water, and still have fake charges thrown against you. Because that's what happened to me. And
Right,
now,
question.
I'm saying,
How much longer do you have to go, sir?
couple more minutes. So I'm
Couple more
saying,
minutes, all right.
basically, I'm arrested. Your county attorneys never questioned how come no statements were taken prior to my arrest. Now that raises a question, because now is this closed session being used to tamper with witnesses and collaborate a story with the police? The other thing is, the chief of police made the arrest. Well, it was his wife, as the chairman of the selectmen, that held that closed session. It was his cousins that were involved with the well drilling that I was insisting being monitored according to law. Okay. So this is a question of, maybe it'll help the prosecutors also, along with the courts, to realize that we have a right here. So it's not just us, it helps the courts and the states.
All right, all right. Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, what
I do
question?
have one question. Do you have any written testimony for us?
Yes, I
Yeah,
submitted
yeah.
to Justin Lynn, and he passed it around. Matter of fact, I emailed it to you probably like a week or two ago.
Okay,
when
thank you so
I
much.
contacted
Bye.
Representative Jobs.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, Catherine, Coco, yes.
Just the way it looks. Thank you, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Catherine Coco. I am the president of Right to Know New Hampshire, a citizen-based organization that provides advocacy, education, and assistance to those that are seeking access to public information and increased transparency in government operations. Right to Know New Hampshire views HB 654 as an incredibly important piece of legislation for this year. This is the second of two pieces of legislation that our members chose to focus on because it addresses a critical issue that is raised in many of the inquiries that we receive from the public. That issue is the extremely broad nature and use of the reputation exemption as it currently stands. This bill provides clarifying language that restricts the use of the reputation exemption only to require that the individual being discussed have the right to be notified and involved when their reputation is up for discussion. And this bill has been modified from a previous submission to address major objections that were raised in prior legislative years. As people have stated before, there currently is no requirement for those individuals to be involved. But I will point out, and I think this is an important point of clarification, employees who have contractual rights are given the right to a meeting and to request that that meeting happen in public when an exemption is claimed under the personnel exemption. So, Mr. Chair, in your example, most likely a municipality that wants to meet regarding a personnel issue like that would claim the personnel exemption. And if that member of their staff had a contract or a union contract that stated that they had the right to a meeting, that situation would be covered. But there is no corresponding right for someone who is simply a member of the general public and is being discussed under the reputation exemption. I think this language also provides the benefit of making it clear exactly what the objective of this exemption is, and that is the reputation of a non-employee individual or organization that is the primary concern here. And as I stated, employees have a specific, and there's case law supporting that exemption under personnel. I'd like to preemptively address what I anticipate to be opposition to this bill. The argument will probably be made that the requirement of notice will tie the hands of the public body. I have struggled to find any examples where that would actually be the case. The public body has a menu of exemptions to choose from. Exemptions A and B, frequently referred to as personnel, would cover the most imminent internal actions that might be needed on a timely basis. Exemptions E and L provide an ability for the board to respond timely to threatened or existing lawsuit and to consider legal advice. Exemption D covers most purchasing scenarios. Exemption I covers imminent safety issues. In what situation outside of those would a non-public negative discussion of a non-employee be necessary or likely? When opponents of this bill raise that issue, I challenge you to push back on them. Ask for concrete examples that would not fall under another category of exemption. The reason there is going to be so much reliance on this exemption is because it has served as a catch-all for so long. There's also a question of a time and delay in terms of giving appropriate notice that's been raised. And I would note that my community sets its agenda for the Board of Selectmen meeting on the Wednesday prior to the following Monday. They publish that on Friday, and they identify their planned non-public session and the basis for it. It should not prevent a board from going into, during its routine operations, a non-public session that it deems necessary and has planned ahead for. The idea that non-publics happen off the cuff is something that I would question of whether or not that's actually necessary. Others here have already spoken to how these proposed changes would help balance the interest of the individual that's involved in being discussed, and they've provided their own examples. I would like to testify to my personal experience witnessing the use of this exemption and discussions that I have been privy to about its application. In 2022, my local town Board of Selectmen held 18 non-public sessions. 10 of those were categorized as personnel under exemptions A or B. 8 were held under the heading of reputation. While this bill does not change the reputation exemption that is allowed for sealing the minutes, that is a separate set of exemptions, and I'm not sure that all of you are aware of that. I will tangentially note that every single set of sealed minutes related to personnel were sealed on the basis of reputation as a concern, preventing the public from seeing what was discussed. It's not clear to me whether those personnel members had the right to be present or were notified as in accordance with exemption A. That information is simply not captured in public minutes. But when it comes to those sessions that were held under the heading of reputation, which is what this bill talks about, I have 2 concerns that I want to share. The first is that public bodies are very aware of the broad nature of the reputation exemption. I don't like to use examples I can't personally attest to, but I'm a member of the public and I have to rely on those who have sat through non-public sessions and the information they've shared with me. One of the most egregious and concerning examples I have ever heard from someone who is very methodical in their approach to these issues and who consults with Right to Know New Hampshire for clarification bears repeating to this body. In conversation with me, a member of a public body, without disclosing the content of the non-public session, shared with me that their public body was not sure whether the discussion they were engaged in would truly merit exemption under the reputation exemption. To ensure that that exemption would apply, one member of the public body specifically stated that they found it necessary to say something bad about an individual or organization so that the exemption could credibly be used to maintain the confidentiality of that session. And so they did, and justified the exemption. Another example of the broad nature of this exemption is one that happened fairly recently in my hometown. On December 27th, 2022, my local Board of Selectmen went into non-public session under the reputation exemption to protect the identity of potential donors to the town. They claimed that because the donors would not make the donation without anonymity, they needed to discuss those in non-public session. Anonymity and potential conflict of interest are separate but related concerns I have with this approach. But I find the idea that making a donation to the community could be construed as potentially having an adverse effect on someone's reputation absolutely laughable. The board could have discussed the donation without identifying the donors while in public session, but the board proceeded to go into non-public, according to the chairman, on the advice of legal counsel. I believe that is because legal counsel recognizes this exemption as broad enough to cover pretty much everything they think it can justify. I cite these examples to point out how easy it is to manipulate this exemption while keeping the public and those involved in the dark regarding the discussion. I believe that by requiring public bodies through this bill to put some forethought and some accountability into the invocation of this exemption, they will become more conscientious about its use. There is a second indirect way that I think these changes would benefit members of the public, and it is not, admittedly, the primary intent of this bill. These changes could impact how public discussions that impact one's reputation are managed. There is no right of an individual to protect their own reputation or even be free to respond when it is up for public discussion. And this bill does not address public discussion directly. Most of the time, for the sake of transparency, Right to Know New Hampshire would prefer those conversations happen in the open, in public. But if this bill is enacted, it is also more likely that when the discussion begins to drift into questionable territory in real time, with this language in place, it may be possible to reconsider that conversation for non-public session with the inclusion of the individual in question being given appropriate notice. Without requiring an individual to be notified and able to participate, a decision to move into non-public simply hides the content of that discussion from the individual who's involved. That lack of knowledge does not protect them. It merely shields those who are making those comments. And that is another reason I think this change in language is so important. During questions and answers, if you want, I can provide a couple of very vivid examples where such an approach to a public discussion was very much desired by the individuals who were in question. But since the opportunity to participate in closed session did not exist at the time, and it would under this bill, they had no choice but to listen to very public accusations and claims. It is not the primary intent of this bill, but I do think it would encourage a more thoughtful approach, again, and provide a more equitable alternative, rather than closing the doors and not allowing the individual involved to respond when public discussions begin to move dangerously close to slandering members of the public. Right to Know New Hampshire strongly supports HB 652 and hopes that this body will vote it as ought to pass, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Natch Graves. Nate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. We do oppose this bill. I will be brief because the chair already outlined a number of concerns that we had. I don't want to be repetitious, especially after you've had such a long day. I do want to note a couple other things. As Representative Greason pointed out, there's no process spelled out for how that written notification is to occur. As this committee is aware, you've recommended House Bill 307 is ought to pass, which if a municipality were to pick the wrong option, we'd be paying for the legal costs to get that resolved. So I prefer not to do that, and I would like some clarification if possible. It also appears to me that the numbers 1, 2, and 3, where the person has the opportunity to be present, have counsel, and speak on their own behalf, is really seems to be targeted towards a hearing type situation, not a public meeting. And we're not talking about a hearing under this section. We're talking about public meetings. Probably the best example I can give you of a municipal situation where the body will enter into non-public session is in the case of where they are doing an abatement for someone who is poor or unable to pay their taxes. If that person is on municipal welfare under RSA, pursuant to RSA Chapter 165, the municipality can't release information about that person being on welfare. They have that privacy protection. And so presumably they're going to apply for an abatement if they're in their own home, they can't pay for the taxes. And in that case, the municipality is going to have to figure out how to structure these type of meetings in a way that would allow them to have people come in and be represented if they want to, while also not disclosing that they're receiving that type of assistance. So that could be problematic. That's one thing I hadn't heard concerns of from the committee, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. There's certainly many other scenarios where some sort of investigation or other thing could be going on there. And I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Perez.
Thank you. The term that was used, small town politics, is very true. I've witnessed it for the past 40 years here in New Hampshire, but it is getting more prevalent. I see it in the town I live in. I see it in many towns where the use of executive session to talk about people there's no reeling that in. I believe, is it the Sixth Amendment that gives me the right to know my accuser? Maybe that applies for law cases, but I think that small towns, small boards, selectmen, or we have town council where I live, are using this executive session to discuss people, discuss things that you have no right to defend yourself or even hear if what's being said is true. It's a he said, she said, and I'm not there to say that that's not what happened. And I don't mean that personally, but I think we do need some reeling in of small town or municipalities so that we need to stand up for the people and make sure that even though these boards are elected, that it doesn't give them the power to take away my rights as an individual to defend myself or defend against being falsely accused. I think this bill will make small town or every municipality think twice before they say, you know what I heard about Christine Perez in executive session. Oh, my question is not my right to know my accuser and know I'm being accused of?
So the U.S. Supreme Court has been very clear that's in the context of a judicial hearing. So if the government starting some sort of investigation because some information has come to your attention, it wouldn't come into play there. I don't have a court case to cite to you right now, although I do want to mention on another context, I forgot to mention, I gave your researcher a copy of the one court case I could find in New Hampshire from the New Hampshire Supreme Court about the reputation exemption, because having heard from this committee previously, I know you like to look at any New Hampshire Supreme Court case decisions, and I think that's helpful to illustrate how that functions currently under our existing law, and so she has that for the committee.
We do have it, thank you. Yes, Representative Turk.
Yes, sorry, I have some confusion and I don't know if you're the right person, but I'm going to ask you. I'm hearing that this can both protect someone's reputation, but it's also a non-public session where someone's reputation could be discussed in private. And I guess I'm having trouble reconciling that in my head. In terms of a non-public session, this is a deliberation between the public body that is being kept in private for the purpose of protecting someone's reputation. So I'm wondering, does this work in the opposite direction as well? Like if somebody had made an accusation to say the board in my town, select board in my town, you know, and they wanted to discuss it in private and decide whether to take any action or not, and they perhaps decide not to take any action, and the meeting is done and nobody was ever notified that it was brought up because they decided it wasn't. Is that a valid scenario? Is that part of what going into non-public session would do that this sort of might then almost interfere with?
Yes, I think that's very valid. You know, it's obviously the case that if someone doesn't like you, as I experience quite frequently, they may talk about you in public or they may talk about you in private. And there are certainly different factual contexts where it may be more impactful on how the legislature sees me, for example, and whether that's done in private or public. And it may be the case that there's discussion that occurs in private that resolves successfully and nothing needs to be made public, and that's for the best for everyone. It may be the case that it's not the case, but it's currently the local decision, and I believe everyone is hopefully striving towards making the best decision with the information they have on hand as to whether to make that public or not.
Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Tripp, sorry.
I want to follow up on something Representative Tour said. It seems to me that discussion of someone in a non-public session is more akin to, evaluating a discussion, an investigation or something. Would you agree with that?
I would. I think that.
And that should they be charged with something, should the discussion lead to a charge, that would be public. Is that correct?
Correct.
So
obviously that would go through the regular court process, which is of course public.
So it seems like, as Representative Tour said, if you're in between the investigation and the decision, it's worthwhile to make sure it's done in non-public so that should you decide not to make an accusation, that it remains private. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I guess I'm, what do you say, one of the things that was raised, I think maybe in response to my earlier question, was that, well, in the example that I gave, the ability to have the matter conducted non-publicly without the person whose reputation might be adversely affected having to fall within this proposed section would be the personnel, the exemption for personnel matters or something like that. And so what do you say about that? You know, that this...
So under RSA 91A3 Roman 2A, if you're an employee, there's already a provision for allowing investigation, and that sort of kickoff could start in non-public session. So I guess to borrow an example that was brought up earlier, it may be the case that if a library director decides to do something without the advice and consent of the trustees, that library director might be investigated, and witnesses to whatever is occurring might be interviewed as part of that investigation. The witness's reputation wouldn't be at stake, but they wouldn't necessarily be informed of the investigation because they just know whatever part of the event, and then the investigator's job is to put it all together. If it's the case that it's a library trustee being accused of stealing money, for example, then that person is not an employee of the town. Therefore, they wouldn't fall under that first exemption that's specific to employees. But it might be the case the accusation was made, of course, that they're stealing. So maybe the library director comes to the select board and says, hey, one of the trustees is stealing money. And at that point, the select board enters non-public session under reputation to kick off the investigation of that local elected official, because obviously they're not a public employee. So it does get complicated.
All right. Other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Douglas Osterhout?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Douglas Osterhout for OPLC. Thank you to the members of the committee for letting me speak today. I was kind of thrown into this bill at the last minute, so I have been jotting notes, but the OPLC does not take a position on this language, but we do have a number of concerns. I was having a little bit of difficulty hearing. I think some of them may have already been addressed, but there's three key things that I've identified right away, and one of those, again, would be individuals who are subject to the complaint under statutes, multiple places throughout the statutes. Complaints under OPLC that come to OPLC are confidential, and what we might have here is a situation where a complaint comes in, an investigator at OPLC reviews that complaint, thinks it's without merit, either there's nothing, there's no claim in that complaint for which relief could be granted, or that would be a violation of statute or rule. And we might bring an investigator before a board and recommend not to proceed with this matter. The board would have that discretion. They could choose whether to investigate or not. And then pending the outcome of an investigation and another recommendation, the board would be able to either proceed with discipline or not. The way the statutes currently read is until a board decides to move forward with public discipline, all of that would be confidential. If a board decides to investigate the matter, an individual who's the subject of a complaint would typically be notified. There are instances where they happen far and few between, but where at the perhaps request of law enforcement in maybe a drug-related matter, so as not to tip law enforcement's hand, they might ask us not to proceed immediately with contacting the subject of the complaint. And if a complaint is completely without merit, the subject of the complaint may never be aware of that complaint at all. So I just want to put that out there. Another instance where we might see non-public situations is 10 licensing applications may come in for approval by the board. 3 of those individuals might have a criminal history. That board might go into non-public to discuss that criminal history, mediating factors. It might be as simple as, they got caught shoplifting when they were 18. They haven't had any problems in 20 years. We don't see a reason not to approve this individual. Go back into public. These 10 individuals are all approved. In a case like that, if a board did need more information, they might call a show cause hearing, give the individual an opportunity to come in and explain themselves. And then, of course, if there's a denial, there's always a right to appeal, in which case they would get to hear the matter before the board. And the other instance I caught, and this is a very important one from OPLC's perspective, I think, is that under 541A30, Roman numeral 3, if an agency finds that public health, safety, or welfare requires emergency action and incorporates a finding to that effect, they can call a meeting, have an ex parte hearing, and revoke an individual's license without notification to the other person because it's an emergency situation. And I have seen these happen where the facts are found in the morning, the board is contacted in the afternoon, and there's an ex parte hearing the next morning. And in those cases, an individual has a right to a hearing within 10 days of that process happening. So they still get an opportunity to defend themselves. But those emergency suspensions can happen very, very quickly. So those are sort of the concerns that jumped out to me. Again, OPLC does not take a position, but we did think we would come and raise some of those issues, and I am happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir. That was very informative. Would you please, if it's convenient, provide us with a written statement of your concerns that we can then remember when it comes time to actually discuss the bill in our own executive session? It was very informative. Thank you.
Absolutely, I'll do that. I would have prepared a statement, but as I said, I wasn't planning on being here today.
Okay, well, we understand. Other questions for this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think we don't have any other pink cards, but Representative O'Brien, I wonder if I could ask you one question, Representative O'Brien, and O'Brien, I'm wondering, we didn't ask you this, and I'm just wondering, could you tell us, are you aware if there are any other jurisdictions in the country that have adopted provisions like this?
No, I'm not aware of that, but I do focus in very closely on where I live and where I have all of my activities. So there may be other places, certainly, but I spend so much time focused on New Hampshire.
Okay, all right.
I will add, one other thing I wanted to say was that episode felt like a witch hunt. It felt like I was being scapegoated, that my friend and the library trustee from that library was being scapegoated, and that it felt like an abuse of power. And that, I think, is something that other people in the state feel.
All right.
in this
Thank you very
situation.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on HB 652 FN? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 652, and I think we are done. Yes. All right. Well, thank you to my fellow committee members for being here, and thank you to everyone who has testified. I know. That's it. We finished early.